going to start our first panel on gender security and politics. I heartily welcome chairperson of this panel, Dr. Vibhuti Bhushan Vishwas, who is assistant professor and former coordinator, Department of Politics and International Relations, Central University of Jharkhand, India. Now over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nandini, for giving me this opportunity for a prestigious conference to chair this session. And I can see in the session I have two more. One is co-chairperson. Two co-chairpersons are there with me. So I hope they are also there in the panel. So I will formally welcome. Yes, please, Nandini.
Yes, actually, I am trying to calling Raymond Lau, who is one of the co-chair, and also the second one, Husnoza Abduvohidova, who is teacher at Namangan State University, Uzbekistan, and Professor Raymond Lau is lecturer, Department of History, Hong Kong Baptist University, Hong Kong. But I think still they did not join because our session scheduled at 1, but we have started half an hour before.
So no problem. Okay, whenever they join, I will give them the. I will accommodate them in this session itself, and they will join with me as a co-chair of the session. So thank you very much, Nandini. So what I can see is that out of this list, okay, there are 12 presenters. So and each presenter is having 5 minutes as per the schedule. They have prepared the program. So but without as all of you are listening this program since morning, and it is very interesting dimension has taken, and already in the inaugural sessions they have set the tone of the conference, that okay, how to move with, and has given a very excellent presentations by all eminent professors from different part of the world. So I'm very much thankful to Dr. Nandini. Nandini is known to me since 2007 when she joined her PhD in Allahabad University, and she is definitely a dynamic scholar. And she was actually particularly working on this area, gender issues in North Bengal and other parts in Northeast India, and that was very excellent research she did. And this is what I can say is that this is the byproduct of her research, whatever she has done so far. So without going into detail anymore, so I would like to call upon the first speaker of this session, because I can see that okay, there are 12 speakers. The first speaker of this sessions, I hope, Gilbert Pastana Moralista, the director, Gender and Development Studies, he from Philippines. The title of the paper is Role and Leadership Initiative of Women Leader in Afghanistan, Philippines during the new normal. So it is again, okay, you can see that when we are talking about, and today we are undergoing several problem, and now the thing has become, I don't know, some technical issue, can't see. And that things has become, okay, now new normal means, okay, now this we have to live with this COVID-19 and how to cope up with that. Okay, this is a very interesting paper, I believe. So I welcome the first presenter for making the presentations. So is there Gilbert?
Yes, Gilbert is there, and also I think Raymond Lau just joined. I welcome Raymond Lau.
Yeah, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Department of History, Hong Kong Baptist University, Hong Kong.
So I welcome Raymond Lau. So a good friend of mine. Last time also he helped a lot during my seminar webinar. Okay, he was very kind to chair a session. So I welcome you as a co-chair of this session. Raymond, can you hear me?
Yes. Hello, Dr. Biswa. Good to see you again. My apologies, because I was encountering some technical issues.
Sometimes it's happened when you are using artificial intelligence. Definitely there are limitations, so there is no problem. So actually, I've already invited the first speaker of the session, But as you have joined, so Gilbert sir, I request just mute your mic so that
Sure.
that Raymond can put his viewpoint before you start. So I welcome Raymond, and I request you to put your viewpoint particularly on this session for just 2-3 minutes. Then we'll go for the paper presenter.
Sure. So good afternoon, everyone, professors, scholars, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to be the co-chairperson for this panel, this specific panel. Okay, this panel, as I'm being told, is concerned with, in particular, gender security and politics. I think as many of you guys may be aware of this, where this feminist perspective have just entered the international relations disciplines not that long ago, probably roughly around at the end of the 1980s, roughly about the same time during the end of the Cold War period. And I think in many ways, this feminist perspective in understanding international relations has largely been ignored, or to make things worse, marginalized, okay, for a very long period of time, particularly during the Cold War period. So this growing acceptance, okay, of understanding international relations from a feminist perspective, or by putting the issue of gender, okay, into the international relations disciplines, is definitely a welcome and healthy development for this academic discipline. So for this section, I really look forward to learning from this insightful analysis, okay, from a number of panelists coming from different parts of the world, including Nigeria, the Philippines, Iran, India, and some other countries. And I really look forward, okay, to learning from you guys. And once again, a very warm welcome, okay, to each and every panelist. And once again, thank you very much for inviting me, okay, for this panel section. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Raymond. So now I invite Dr. Gilbert for making his presentation. So the first speaker of the session. Over to you. So you are not audible, Dr. Gilbert. You are not audible.
Yes, sir. I'm preparing for my presentation.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Sir, can you see now my slide? Hello, sir.
I can't see your slide. Maybe let.
Can you see now my slide? Is it visible?
So I don't know. It is not visible to me. If any other participant can say whether it is visible, then it will be fine. Anybody?
No, sir.
So please open. It is not visible to us.
Not visible.
Mr. Gilbert or?
The folder where you have kept the file is only visible. Can you just click on that file?
Yeah. Oh, sir, can you now see my slide?
Now it is visible, please. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Okay. Our Honorable Chairperson, Dr. Bibuti Busan Biswas, and Honorable Raymond Lau, co-chairperson for Panel 1 on Gender Security and Politics, and my fellow presenters, a pleasant day. The title of my study is The Role and Leadership Initiatives of Women Leaders in Pangasinan, Philippines during the New Normal, primarily focused on the role and implementation of leadership initiative of the women leaders in the province of Pangasinan, Philippines during COVID-19 pandemic, which includes the education, economics, political, and health sectors. It could be gleaned from Table 1 that most of the respondents from 4 sectors of the province are female, younger, and growing professionally. The roles of women leaders in education, during the pandemic, with the highest frequency focus on the sense of responsibility for the welfare of the students. In economics, women leaders primarily focus on protecting jobs and workers during the pandemic. In political empowerment, women leaders give emphasis most ensuring a continuity of public service. In the health sector, women leaders ensured most on mobilization of support to maintain health survival of the people in the province of Pangasinan, Philippines. Next one is to the extent of implementation of leadership initiatives of women leaders during pandemic, along with education, economics, political, and health sectors. The study revealed that all the programs, projects, and activities initiated by women leaders are highly implemented. The support of these leadership initiatives of women leaders in the province of Pangasinan, the national government, headed by the President of the Republic of the Philippines, approved a statute law, or the Republic Act 11469, or Bayanihan to Heal as One Act. Bayanihan means cooperation among the Filipinos. This act declaring the existence of national emergency arising from the coronavirus disease 2019 situation and a national policy in connection therewith, and authorizing the President of the Republic of the Philippines for a limited period and subject to restrictions to exercise powers necessary and proper to carry out the declared national policy. And for other purpose. The act was enacted into law given the continuing confirmed cases of COVID-19, the serious threat to the health, safety, security, and lives of our countrymen, the long-term adverse effects of their means of livelihood, and the severe disruption of economic activities. A state of national emergency was declared over the entire country. The results of the test of the relationship between the roles of women leaders and the implementation of leadership initiatives revealed that women leaders in the province of Pangasinan are empowered politically in doing their roles and showed significant relationship to their highly implemented initiatives in the continuity of public service provider with courage and humanness and practice, quick responder and building state legitimacy, credibility, and people's trust. In support of this result, the published article of Sabine Fraser, United Nations Entity for Gender Equality in the Empowerment of Women 2020, stated that across the globe, women are at the helm of institutions carrying out effective and inclusive COVID-19 responses from the highest levels of decision-making to frontline service delivery. The result of this study will be one among the bases in the inclusion and the revision of the strategic plan and annual operational plan of the Gender and Development Office of the Pangasinan State University and the province of Pangasinan as far as pandemic is a concern. Thank you very much, sir, for listening this study of mine from Pangasinan State University, Pangasinan, Philippines.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gabriel. I much appreciate. Okay, the very beginning, you have set the standard of this particular session. It is a very amazing paper. What I feel personally, and I hope after that, after all the presentation, there will be a question and answer sessions. I hope there will be certain query and questions from your presentations. So, Dr. Lau, if you would like to make any comments on this. Or co-chair, so is there or not? Can you? Law, are you there? So anyways, okay, what, see today when we are talking about gender and gender politics in the whole world, you can see that different dimensions are coming out altogether. So as we have a question answered in the last at the last, so we'll expect certain questions from our audiences and our fellow panelists. So we will reserve all the questions in the last. So Dr. Gabriel Gilbert, I must congratulate you for your nice presentations and wait for certain kind of observation and question answer in the last. So now without going, so now I would like to, yes, thank you very much. So it is now the next presenter is Mansoor Ansari and Gulab Mir. So that both are the PhD scholars in Hyderabad University, and one is Shahid Banshid University, Iran. So I would like to invite both of you, if anyone can make the presentation, and you will get only 5 minutes. So please, if you are available, please start your presentation. And Dr. Gilbert, please stop presenting. So your slide is still visible, so you can take it off. Yeah, so now I request the next presenter, Mansoor Ansari. Are you there? Or any one of you from this panel? I think not there. Anyone from the organizer side? Okay, whether you can see, you can identify. If it is not there, okay, we can go ahead for the next presenter is IIHSG Department of Hospital Management and Tourism, Faculty of Management Science, University of Port Harcourt. He is from Nigeria and having another two co-author of this paper, Nawawi and Iktus JS they are from Nigeria. So if anybody is there from this panel, these three paper presenter, so you can start your presentations. So the presentation title is,
I believe second and third presenter, they are not there. We can switch over to the fourth one, Mukesh Sharma.
Okay, that is fine. Okay, and then as the other two presenters are not there, so we are now going directly to fourth presenter, Dr. Mukesh Sharma, Associate Professor Sociology from SRKP Government PG College, Ajmer. So his presentation is gender and international security. It will be a very interesting topic, it seems, because today internationally you can see that gender security is becoming more challenging. So let's welcome Dr. Mukesh Sharma for his presentation. So welcome to you. Please, over to you for your presentation. So you are available? Are you there, sir? Serial number 4. Dr. Mukesh Sharma. So no one is responding. So
I think he's there in that panel, but for some reason or other,
Mukesh
he's
sir is
not
there,
responding.
but he is mute.
he is mute. So you can
Yes, sir.
unmute him. I don't know. You can unmute him. So I don't know whether.
Yes, sir. I'm asking him to unmute,
Yeah.
but he's not responding.
Let wait for the. Go ahead with the next presenter. If you say, then we can go ahead. Okay. So as he's also not responding, then we must go to the next presenter. That is Dr. Amrita Banerjee. She is assistant professor, Bidhan Chandra College, Asansol, West Bengal, and her topic is gender through the prism of international relations, a reflection on the war of the sexes. So it's again an interesting topic. It is in the perspective of gender equality. So I invite Dr. Amrita Banerjee for her presentation. So it is over to you, Dr. Amrita, and you will get 5 to 6 minutes. And I request my co-chair. So after that, as I was asking you to make a comment on the first paper. I don't know whether you are listening to me or not. So after this paper, so we will make certain comments on this paper, and then in the last we can go for certain question and answer. Hope Raymond, Dr. Raymond, you will be ready for after the session, after this presentation. So over to you, Dr. Amrita, for your presentation, please.
Thank you so much, sir. At first, I would definitely would like to thank Nandini ma'am for giving such an opportunity, because I think she is someone who gives opportunity to the young scholars, and this kind of webinars or seminars is somewhere or other important for the younger generation, for the younger scholars. So I'm really thankful to Nandini ma'am. And with that, I'm thankful to Indian Institute of Human Security and Governance, Delhi. With that, definitely a very good afternoon to our respected chairperson, sir, Dr. Vibhuti Bhushan Viswas. With that, our co-chairperson, sir, Raymond Lasser and Hush Nazar ma'am. So with that, I would also like to extend my thankfulness to the participants. Now, the topic which I have selected to speak on is gender through the prism of international relations, a reflection on the war of the sexes. Now, here in this paper, basically, I am going to speak on the system of living and working, which we have built over a period of time. That is the encompass the power relation. Whenever we talk about international relations, the first thing that comes to our mind is power relation. Now, there have been, notable gains for women globally in the last few decades, where gender inequality and gender-based inequalities, it continued to somewhere or other impinge upon the girls' and women's ability to realize their rights and their full potential as citizens and equal partners. In fact, for every right that has been established, there are millions of women who do not enjoy it. Now, international relations has always remained a kind of a prime example of patriarchy, as it somewhere or other constrained itself within the orthodoxy, the nation state, and which is seen, as one of the fundamental territorial as well as the political boundary, which somewhere or other separates and divides the human being. Now, to look at the world through gender, where gender is somewhere or other, is somewhere or other central, to understanding the international processes. looking through the, what will I say, like gender lenses, you know, it brings into a kind of a focus the many dimensions of gender inequality, from aspects of personal relationship to institutionalized form of discrimination. For example, the formal barriers, you know, to equality of opportunity, or the underrepresentations of the you know, women in decision-making structures, to gender inequality as an integral part of the structural inequality, which is being, you know, generated by the operation of the global economy, that we somewhere or other have to abide by. Now, talking about gender as a whole. Now, gender is something which is present everywhere. Here in this webinar also, we have gender. Now, as for example, like when we gear up a girl child, you know, a child, you know, with a soft color and a lacy, you know, attires, or when we purchase a kind of for a male child, a gun or a cricket bat, when we reproach a girl for behaving like a boy, or mock a boy for being shy or different like girls, we are doing gender. We do all this kind of things without much thought, and are not particularly self-conscious about thus ordering the world. If ever anybody questions us, we answer that this is something which is not natural, and that is something which is unnatural. So the way things are and have always been implicated to us, certainly there is a word that has somewhere or other taken a kind of a central stage nowadays. The word is quote unquote queer. Over time, it has a kind of acquired a number of meaning related to sexuality and gender. But from theoretical and political action, it is a kind of a impossible to fit a kind of a word into one box, that which is impossible to define or summarize as. Why? Because it is actually exploring the oppressive power of dominant norms, particularly those which are related to sexuality, and immiserations they cause to those who cannot or do not somewhere or other wish to live according to those norms. Now, to fabricate to the sense of gender, you know, we need to look at our survivors closely and critically too. Why are people anticipated to be completely masculine or feminine? If I ask or throw this question to all, then the first thing we need to, you know, scrutinize the ways in which women have been concentrated secondary to men. Equally, we must understand one thing, that the nature and the details of the male authority, the dominance, we need to ask, you know, ourselves whether there is anything which is normal or about our world being arranged this way. Now, and if there are other ways of arranging it, so with this distinction, we can somehow render the relevance of gender relations in the study of politics and society. The society we live in the society also expect from us something. The men and women to live, think, and act in certain specific ways. But human beings do not, or they might not, you know, they certainly react to structures which can also be responded or invert, or it can be invented, or which can be subvert with different kind of rules. The question is whether such a struggle, you know, of negotiation with a set of given norms to help to confirm and to perpetuate these norms, which can grant them to permanence, or whether the human action actually, you know, it helps to unmake and explode the kind of a norms. The answer to this kind of a questions, of course, depends on the way we live, the times we live in, and a relationship with others, without whose support or opposition, as a case, maybe our actions and thoughts which can remain as private. Here, I would like to end my presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amrita. It seems a very again another very thought-provoking and a very interesting paper. And she was highlighting mainly the power relationship. Then she was talking about global citizenship and gender equality and equality and equity. She was defining all these things as far as my understanding is concerned. And it seems a very excellent presentation. So Raymond, I ask you to make your own observations on it. Unmute yourself and please. Raymond, please unmute and make your own.
Okay.
Observation. Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay. Once again, thank you, Dr. Banerjee, for your very insightful analysis. Perhaps what I would like to share, again, my observation, perhaps is, I think as many of you may be aware of this, okay, the question, okay, that is being constantly asked by those advocates of feminist perspectives in international relations is, where are the women? So what I'm referring to here is the lack of women's political participation, right? Or the lack of women in high places. For example, as we can see, say some 10 to 20 years ago, right, just less than 9% of the world's heads of states were women. Right? And now I've got a chance glancing through the data, okay, coming from the Pew Research Center, say 2017. Okay, according to the Pew Research Center, nowadays, some 38% or 56 of the 146 countries studied have had a female head of government or state for at least 1 year at least for 1 year. So perhaps again, my observation, or actually I would also like to collect collective wisdoms from you guys panelists. Are we actually seeing the fact, or witnessing the fact that women are now being made more visible in terms of political participation, or is this still a long way for us to go in terms of achieving, like Dr. Banerjee said, tackling this issue of gender inequality in terms of women's political participation? That's my open-ended question.
Very valuable observations and your input, so I appreciate. So thank you, Dr. Amrita, and we'll have our during our question answer session, we'll expect certain questions and observation or certain inputs. So thank you very much once again for making a very wonderful presentation. So now we have another co-chairperson, Husnaja, are you there from Uzbekistan? So I don't know whether he or she is there.
I think he's not here.
Yeah. So no problem. Okay, fine. It is okay.
And so also the next presenter, Rakesh, is not going to present, I think, because I was trying to call him, but he's not picking the phone.
No problem,
so
Dr. Nandini.
Anjali is there, so we can call Anjali, I think.
Yeah, that is fine. Very good. Okay, thank you, Dr. Nandini. So next presenter is Anjali Yogi, Assistant Professor from Delhi University. She will be presenting on again a Bangladesh neighborhood policy, changing trends and politics. As in the very inaugural session, Dr. Sanjay Bhardwaj was giving a very larger perspectives on the gender equality there in Bangladesh. And as you know that Bangladesh, one of the country is that women political participation is in the number 7. and they have a different type of other schemes and other reservations for women particularly. And as you know that, okay, two ladies, the iron ladies are running that country. So let us invite Anjali Yogi, assistant professor from Delhi University. So welcome to you for your presentation. Now over to you, Anjali Yogi. Please unmute, madam. Or from somebody from organizer side can unmute her. Because no, it is still not unmuted. So your audio is not. Yeah, please.
Yeah. Sorry. My apologies for that. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present the paper here in the conference. So my topic, as you all know, is that the changing transformations in a way, I will be looking at how the foreign policy making process has changed over the years in Bangladesh, and all. As you know that the Bangladeshi politics has always been between the two female participants, Khalida Jia and Sheikh Hasina, and they have dominated the politics. They have dominated the politics of Bangladesh since a lot of time. They have been the symbol of powerful women in the politics there. But there is this criticism which have been put on these on the leadership, is that just because the leadership is in the hands of two powerful women does not mean that the foreign policy has reached to the ordinary women, or the ordinary women in Bangladesh have any say in the foreign policy making process. Somehow the power is concentrated in the hands of these two women only. Now, overall, there is climate change policy, where gender as a tool has been promoted in the management committees. So, for example, if and the other area where women's participation is encouraged is in the peace building process. Since Bangladesh is the largest contributor to the peacekeeping and peace building processes of the UN, so there have been consistent efforts which are made by the Bangladeshi administration to include the women in the peace building process. And there has been a national action plan which has been made to promote their participation. Now, if we go ahead, the another area where the foreign policy making of Bangladesh is deeply affected is due to the FDI inflow of foreign direct investment in the country. But if we look at the larger trend there, what happens that female participation is in the administrative process only. So the kind of work which is given to women in these industries, especially the garment industry, is that they have to do the administrative work. Not even if we look at the cross country comparison, and there are Chinese firms which are establishing their factories there. There is a stark difference in the wages which are given to women as compared to men. Men are paid more, in terms of FDI, in terms of these established firms also. So these foreign affiliation of these companies has also in a way affected the gender wage gap in these industries. So women are considered that they do not know that much of technological know-how, and for that matter, this gender gap is less when we see the same FDI flow in the countries such as Japan and Vietnam. So if the same firm is going to Japan, in Japan that firm is paying more to the women there than in Bangladesh. So in a way, the foreign policy making has not been able to make a firm stand on this issue there. So in that way, the foreign affairs have had an impact on the gender issues there. Apart from that, like if we talk about so there are these the welfare programs, female welfare programs, are being run, and because of which there is an increase, that the increased inflow of the FDI in the country has affected the women's issues such as female welfare, the delayed age for marriage, their fertility rate, and increased level of the education. So in a way, the FDI related policies which government is making is affecting their day-to-day life in the country. So that is the that is now, if we talk about the foreign policy making process in Bangladesh, it has had it is dominated by two female leaders, and it has joined the country's foreign policy making has joined a league of small states, such as Switzerland, Qatar, and Singapore. So they are working in a way which are trying to create a hedging strategy, like or being a neutral state on many issues. So in a way, the foreign policy making process is moving towards more of focusing more on economic development of the country, and they like as I had gone there for a field trip and I interacted many of the professors and diplomats practitioners there. They were saying that the economic criteria is the first, developmental strategy is the first they are taking into account, and creating in a way creating 1,000 friends and no enemy is the goal of the foreign policy making. At the same time, the process is also being criticized, that Bangladesh could give more or could do more in the neighborhood, but it has not been able to do so. That point is also there. Since I think my time is over or something like that, let me know if it is so.
Yeah, one more minute, or you can take 1 more minute.
Okay. Yeah. So, the challenges which the foreign policy making is facing right now there is that there is great power rivalry in South Asia. China is coming, US is coming. That is affecting the foreign policy making process. Apart from that, there is a change in the stand on how to deal with the Islamic world. So how Bangladesh over the years, Bangladesh has been very cooperative, very sympathetic with the Islamic world, but there is a change in the, there is a change in that strategy because now Bangladesh is just does not want to be recognized as aid and remittances dependent country. So like in a way, Bangladesh is trying to move towards becoming a smart power, as has been there is a terminology given by Joseph Esnai, Bangladesh as a smart power. So Bangladesh wants to move towards being recognized as a smart power, and of course gender security is going to play an important role in the coming up times there. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Anjali, Dr. Anjali Yogi. So it seems my area of specializations also in Bangladesh particularly. So as all of as you may be aware about that, it is your presentation is okay, very good, and there is no doubt about it. Okay, but so there are certain things you can see in the Bangladesh society that the culture, though it is an Islamic country, but the Bengali culture is highly dominated over there, and that exactly that dominations is I used to pursue it. It is a very positive note, in a positive note, because the way the Bangladeshi women, they enjoy the freedom over there because of the Bengali culture, that you can see that anywhere, nowhere in the world you can see that their way of dressing and decoration and beautifications of themselves, using of bindi and other kind of thing, that shows that the liberal thinking of Islamic women there in Bangladesh, that is very, very a notable thing that that is appreciable thing that we can. And then secondly, that in terms of their educations and all, that they can set a tone for all South Asian and other Islamic country, that how to provide a certain kind of look at towards this female with a liberal attitude there towards the female. So that is the very, very appreciable things in Bangladesh are happening. So that I hope you during your visit over there, you maybe also notice these things. So whenever I visit Bangladesh, I really enjoy the very basic cultures over there, that it is a Bengali culture is dominating, and Bengali culture is all the time, it is forward culture. So and open kind of society they believe in, and that can set a very exemplary system that can be adopted in neighborhood and other Muslim countries. So this is my personal point of view. Other maybe having
Yes,
some
sir.
other.
Definitely, I agree.
Yeah. So
I
now,
agree with it. Thank you, sir.
If you like to make any comments on it, Dr. Raman. No, you are not audible. Your mic is not.
Sir, please unmute yourself and speak.
Yeah, Raymond, please unmute.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. If you have any comment on it.
I think I will leave my questions to the Q&A section.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine at this point.
It's fine.
Yeah, thank you.
Sir, please unmute yourself.
Yeah, thank you, Anjali Yogi, for your presentations. So now let me invite the next speaker of the session, Sumed Prabhakar Pardi, PhD candidate, Center for International Politics and Governance, School of International Studies, Central University of Gujarat. And the co-author is Rajesh Kumar Singh from same university. So if anybody is there, their presentation is on gender security perspectives and issue, study of trend under female premier from a different political regime in Bangladesh. So again, the paper is on Bangladesh. So I welcome any one of you can make your presentation, and you will get 5 to 6 to 7 minutes, please. Is there?
Good afternoon, sir. Are we audible?
Yes, you're audible. Please.
Share screen share. Wait.
Sir, is our presentation visible?
Yeah, it is visible. Please.
Hello.
Go ahead. Yes, it is visible. Please go ahead.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Sumed is here. My co-author Rajesh with me. Our paper title is The Study of Trend Under the Female Premiers in Bangladesh. Bangladesh is a highly patriarchal and religious society at unit and society level, and majority of the population are from Islamic religious belief. Islamic society of prohibits and has remained a conservative society from the perspective of women's rights. Still, women manage to reach the highest political position, and for most of the time the national government was led by the female premiers belonging to the different political parties. Thus, this paper aim and examine and analyze the gender security perspective and issues in Bangladesh under the women premiers Khalida Jia and Sheikh Hasina. This paper will be investigate the societal and political conditions of women in Bangladesh. It will be examine the process and conditions which ensure that safe and peacefully position of women in conservative society, and the role of played by the women premiers in ensure and advocating the rights of empowerment of women in Bangladesh. Uh, this will look into the approaches taken by Miss Khalida and Sheikh Hasina were in power and find out the similarity in the dissimilarity between them through the programs and policies they implement during their tenure as a prime minister. It looks to bring out the issues of gender security prevent in Bangladesh and how these where are handled by the political premises. This paper will be used data provided by various national and international reports related to the social and political conditions from women as a primary source of analyzing the change and patterns available patterning the to the gender security. This paper will add the existing literature on gender security and politics in Bangladesh. The assumption, the more
so we would like to carry forward that the basic gender security issues and conditions of women in Bangladesh were similar to the most of the women in the region. And specifically, we would like to add that it has remained a patriarchal and highly religious society. Like Muslims constituted around 90% of the population, and majority of the population speaks Bengali as their first languages. So the issues of oppression, inequality in gender rights, early marriages, less presentation in workforce, deprivation. As we see that since its liberation and formation as a political entity, the women population has increased to 49% of the total population as per the census of 2011. And as Nazneen has pointed out, that violence against women and early marriages remain a key concern, and women and girls experience routine violence for their political, civil, and economic rights. The enrollment of girls in primary education and higher education was low, impacting the general health and livelihood of women. So basically, we can say that the policies and programs of gender security which Bangladesh undertook after its formation was like initially they focused only on the core areas of women as a woman in reproductive roles and less on their political, economic, and social aspects of the woman. Whereas since 1980s, the policies and program focused on women health and education, but that too somewhere was related to lowering of birth rates and better health of the children, and not they also did not counted on the woman as a capital and resource. We would like to add up here that since 1981, the two premiers, Khalida Zia and Sheikh Hasina, they simultaneously took power. And in 1981, Khalida Zia took over as the president of the Bangladesh Awami League. Whereas in 1984, Sheikh Hasina took over her Bangladesh Nationalist parties. And we see that since mid 1980s, they were connected with IMF, Asian Development Banks, and other areas. And some of the prominent things which were added to the Constitution of Bangladesh, which granted equal rights to women and men in equal spheres, was supplemented by the formulation of Dowry Prohibition Act 1980, Child Marriages Restraint Act 1984, and Family Courts Ordinance 1985. Since then, one of the most important policy was National Industrial Policy of 2001 and National Women Policy of 2011. Like National Industrial Policy specifically made provisions for the women participation in small and medium enterprises, and that was followed by their central bank, which said that at least 15% of the total sanctions will be held in reserve for favor for women entrepreneurs. So there have been affirmative action by the government. There have been some small policies and programs, either assisted by IMF, World Bank, and ADB, which ensured the political inclusion of women in political structure, and it increased the women participation in labor workforce. So basically, we can come to some of the observation that both the female premiers, although the women were acknowledged their role in the Bangladesh liberation war, but still they tried to promote the gender rights and equality. Then the extent of women participation in electoral competitions and political leadership, which is a valid indicator of democracy, has increased from 2% to 20% in 2019. In 2010, it was 2% in their parliament, whereas it has increased to 20% in 2010. Then one of the important aspects is National Women Development Policy 2011. It was formulated especially to establish equal right of men and women in areas of state and public life. So we would just like to add up that initially neither Sheikh Hasina or Zia questioned the male dominance or patriarchal monopoly in the politics, nor did they try to change gendered political power structure. Later, due to the small additions of increasing the enrollment of women in primary education, higher education, their increased participation in export-oriented units, especially. So it has brought in the change that the women workers, labor force in agriculture and non-agriculture increased from 19% to 32% in 2013. There has been a reduction in maternal mortality rate. Women representation in parliament increased. And one of the most important aspect is that these both female premiers were the first ones to complete their 5 years tenure as a prime minister in Bangladesh, which has encouraged the women participation in politics and women more inclusive. That's all. Thank you. Thanks for providing us the opportunity for we make our presentation in front of the distinguished speakers and panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. So I have certain observations on this, particularly as rightly you have pointed out that in Bangladesh there was a political instability were there, but even though this certain stability is now it is there, and that the present government is making all possible efforts to provide gender equality over there, but because of that the matter of population, increase of population there in Bangladesh is another matter of concern, and the other problem is in Bangladesh basically that there are so they have in Bangladesh you will find that a very few big cities are there. One is the Dhaka is mainly that entire country, they're moving towards Dhaka. Another is Cox's Bazar, and then Gopalganj, and some others. On the other side, you will find Kumilla and all these things. So this very few big cities are there. That also another matter of concern, and that's why most of the people they are moving towards Dhaka, and because of that also another. This gender equality is increasing so much, and the violence against women also increasing there in Dhaka and other parts of Bangladesh. So the population is one of the major challenges there in Bangladesh. And in terms of education sector, see that is also there. Bangladesh also highly depends on the rural economy, and poor people there, and they are making all possible efforts over there for coming out from this type of poverty and all, but because of certain other kind of problem in the society, that as you know that that is a Islamic society, so they have a certain other kind of restrictions and all. So altogether because of that the growth of women education or reducing of violence against women is somewhere it is misplaced or lost. So government is making certain possible ways that how to ensure the gender equality over there.
Sir, you are not audible.
Hello.
So this Vibhuti sir, please unmute yourself.
Okay, yeah. So I think it disconnected in between. So thank you. So that is another thing you can see there in Bangladesh society. So there are certain interruptions. If if I am not audible or I am not connected, please the co-chair must go ahead with the presentation, other presentation, the co-chair must take care about the session. So anyways, okay, we can have certain other discussions in the last, but 20% growth of 20% participations of or representation in Jatiya Sanshad is very much appreciable. So thank you very much for your presentation. So am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so there are certain technical issues. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. So let us move to the next presentations. Next presentations by Ms. Garima, the student in SSD Girls College, Vatinda. So her presentation is a female race and nationality safety concerned across the constructed boundaries. So I welcome you. Please make your presentation, Ms. Garima. And one more thing, Madam,
Is there any problem, Garima?
Garima ma'am, please unmute yourself.
Yes.
please go ahead with the, please make your presentation, Garima.
Sorry for the inconvenience. Good afternoon to all the dignitaries and scholars present over here. Thank you for giving me the chance to present my views on the most important topic, gender security and politics. I'm Garima. I'm a PG student of SSD Girls College, Bathinda. I'm going to present the presentation on the female race nationality, safety concerns across the constructed boundaries. I'm introducing this. The female security is a multinational issue. As we all know, the female have to face many insecurities. It's not about a particular region. It's about the on every nation. It's the issue of the every nation. Race and nationality plays a vital role in the concept of female security. Race and nationality become the base or surface of the discrimination among gender. The position of the female always suffers behind the curtains of the male identity. They do not get their real rights. Domesticating females may result in domestic violence. Females are either treated as angels or witches. The humanistic aspect is often lapsed. Moving on, this research paper is going to deal with a concept of domestic violence and female degradation with respect to the race and nationality. So moving on with the objectives, my objective for this research paper is to seek females as individuals to observe the role of race and nationality in female identity, to study the aspects of domestic violence. The domestic violence is a major threat for the women that they have been facing from the number of the years. The methodology that I have chosen for this research paper is qualitative researches, textual analysis, and the primary resource is the Jane Iron White Sargasso Sea. Second resources, critical material available on the feminisms. Then I will leave this discussion and result. Black and hybrid female giving preference to white females, as the speaker said. This means females are themselves sowing the seed of racial discrimination. Heterosexuality can be the reason of the female degradation. Rich has described heterosexuality as imposed forcefully. Antoinette in the novel seems to be a very happy while living with her female friend as compared to her husband Rochester. So the conclusion and future perspective of this research paper is racial discrimination further becomes a threat to female security. Females should be awakened regarding their own rights. Rejecting heterosexuality and living with females, like mothers, sisters, and friends, can be a way to reduce domination. Black and white, normally we take it as opposite words, but when it comes to the context of the discrimination, it takes the shape of the cruelty. Race and nationality and hybrid situation explores the discrimination among gender, where white masculinity among the superior position as compared to the black feminism. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Garima. So your presentation, you made a very good effort in terms of making your presentations. As most of the societies are patriarchal society, and there are no huge number. So you can exit your presentation so that in the society we need to rethink about the dominance of male in the society in terms of overall horizontal and vertical growth of all the genders, either it is female or male or any other third gender. So we must create the space. We should think about equality and equity. We should not only talks about the equality and without thinking much about equity. So thank you for your presentations. We'll wait for the question and answer sessions. So thank you very much for your presentations. And my co-chair, if he like to make any comments, so he can make any comment or observation on this. Mr. Raymond.
Raymond?
Yes. Again, thank you very much for all this very insightful, very thought-provoking presentation. If you don't mind, actually, I have got a question for the previous presenter concerning the situation in the Bangladesh. I have a quick one. Is I'm just curious whether the passage of the Domestic Violence, Prevention and Protection Act, in short from the DVPP Act in 2010. Since then, my question is the country making any tangible progress in terms of tackling this problem or issue concerning domestic violence against women and children, say, particularly now during this COVID-19 pandemic situation? Yes, this is my question that I would like to ask for the panelists. Yeah, thank you very much.
Mr. Sumed Pareda and the other presenter, okay, please keep your answer ready to reply Dr. Raymond in the question and answer session. That time you will get a chance. That time only I will request the presenter to address this question. So thank you very much. Thank you once again, Garima ji, for your presentations. So next, let us move for the next presentations as the time is also approaching. So next presenter is Ankana Banerjee, Assistant Professor in the Political Science, Mahatma Gandhi College, Lalpur, Purulia, West Bengal. The presentation is on foreign policy making in India, gender perspectives. So I welcome you for your presentations.
Hello, sir. I think Ankana Banerjee, Dr. Geeta Sharma, and Dr. Amartya Saha is not present in the meeting now.
Okay.
So
that means.
Yeah, no, actually, one presenter is there who requested me to present early because she has some meeting when she has her time for presentation.
No
So
problem.
can you
Please
adjust
call.
her
Yeah.
paper?
Yeah, please tell me that you can call her name and you can introduce her and then she can go ahead with her presentation.
Yeah, she is Romi Tuli, research scholar, City University, and I also thankful to her for writing wonderful media report for our conference. Her topic of presentation now is female security and technology, a posthumanistic approach.
Oh, it seems sound very great. So welcome to you. Please come and please make your presentation. Romi Tuli.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible. Please.
So I am sharing my screen. Yeah, so female security and technology, a post-humanistic approach. So firstly, when we talk about female security, it's a global issue. That means wherever female go, whether it is home, workplace, outdoors, clubs, parties, or anywhere. So the life around them, that means the people around them are affecting them. So
Romi, just a second. Romi, can you
Yes,
hear
ma'am.
me? Yeah, sorry for interruption. I'm extremely sorry. Actually, some participants are getting some internet issue. So please, whatever questions you are having in mind, write in the chat box so that they can see and answer. Okay?
Yeah, that will be fine. That will be fine. Okay, yeah, all the participants and those who are interested to ask any questions, you can put your question in the chat box so that we can address one by one. So I request to all the participants and all the paper presenters and anybody who are here in this platform, please put your question paper, question in the chat box, and please write whom you are addressing. So please, ma'am, you can go ahead. Romi ma'am.
Yes,
Romi ma'am, please go ahead.
Wait a second, sir. Wait a second.
Okay.
Yes, sir. It's okay. Fine.
Unmute yourself. Please unmute Romi Tuli, madam. Please unmute yourself. Rita ji, you can unmute her. Yes, thank you. Oh, so again she mute.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Should I present, sir?
Yes. Please.
Okay. Yeah, as my topic has been told to you, so good afternoon, everyone. This is female security and technology, a post-humanistic approach. Post-humanistic here means technology plus human, a blended form. So I will tell you more detail what it is about. So female security is a global issue. Okay, whether female, wherever they go, their surrounding is affecting them. So regardless of class, color, race, age, nationality, so life is surrounded by many people, especially female. So they are affecting to their lifestyle, their identity, such as female torture, physical torture, mental harassment, and virtual agony. So when we talk about the word virtual agony, so cyberspace. Cyberspace is the space we have created online, such as social media, Facebook, Instagram, or WhatsApp, and Signal these days trending. So cyberspace is something that we have created. So the paper is going to question what cyberspace, a role played by it in female society and security. So firstly, we will talk about neutrality of cyberspace. That means, is the cyberspace, this Facebook, the Instagram, neutral to everyone, to me and you? If you are a male and I'm a female, is it neutral to us, or there is some discrepancy? So biometric identification. So we do our biometric identification, for example, Aadhaar card in India. So does it has anything to deal with gender and female security? So as we all know, biometric identification in India is linked to the phone numbers. So these are the objectives. The private policies of mobile application Truecaller I'm going to study. This paper is basically on Truecaller. So Truecaller's private policies are going to be discussed, and the against harassment initiative by Truecaller for female safety is also going to be studied. So this is the methodology: qualitative research, data collection, critical analysis, and the text selected are interviews from official site of official channel of YouTube. So what I have found on the first instance is that there's just statistical errors by the company. That means in the name of promoting something, they are doing what they are, promoting the wrong thing. For example, on their website, it is said 20% of the female are getting inappropriate calls and messages, whereas the YouTube channel says that it is 33.33%. A great variation of 13% can be seen. So Truecaller attempts, I do not know whether you can see this or not. So Truecaller attempts to spam or stop people from spamming, but actually it is making it easier. How? It is said that Truecaller's website says that text messages, location, camera, phone status, identity, and your contact. No demand for permission is there. So that means that they are without our permission, our text messages, our location, camera, everything is being scanned by Truecaller. And the database of Truecaller. For example, I am not on Truecaller, you are on Truecaller. I call you, you get my number, and my number automatically get registered on Truecaller. Okay, so this means my identity is in some danger by this company. A data leakage process can be there. So a female safety campaign by Truecaller has been advertised on YouTube also. So these videos are unscripted, and this talks about cyber feminism. That means how much cyber is relevant with the term feminism. That means protection of female rights on technology. So there is a short, very short video for you.
So it starts as a normal hey, hi, hello. 99% is crap. It's all spam. The messages just kept coming. Hi, I'm Tarana. I'm a music producer and an assistant professor at Delhi University. My name is Rashmi Verma. Going from class to class, getting in touch with the students, everything is through my phone. My life revolves around my phone. My job depends on it. My social life depends on it. My entire identity is on it. As a salesperson, you're supposed to give us their phone numbers out to everyone. Sometimes even to the security. I'm a working mother, from grocery to anything. I do everything online. My number is accessible to everyone. I live alone, so obviously I have to call for like my fire, water, gas. I just get random texts from all these people. When I see their picture, it's them for me. Sometimes I get some creepy messages. Nice feet. Can you send me a picture of your feet? मतलब गाली देता था हमारे पास आ जाओ ये करेंगे वो करेंगे बिहार का गंदे गंदे गाली देता था like please expose certain parts of your body to me, and I was like, the messages just kept coming saying, you're not replying. Why aren't you replying? I want to be friends. Your face is so nice. Trying to be 5 days, calling continuously, around 2 o'clock in the night or 3 o'clock in the night. In some convoluted way, they think that it was going to work out. Fuckers, you just wait now. Tere ghar aake tamasha karunga. Then you will get your lesson, bitch. I cried that day so much because I was so threatened. I had to just give it to my then boyfriend and say, please do something because he's just bothering me too often. Every day I can feel at least one pair of eyes on me. I saw in a red t-shirt in a market that I was at, and he said, you look cute in that outfit.
कैसे हो आप? कल आपको सही तरह न देखा था, बहुत ही सुंदर लग रही थी.
And when I see this, I was touched. I didn't know what to do. It just makes you cringe so much. You need to not hear that. I'm numb to it. तो कोई रिश्ता नहीं है तो कौन पूछे? मैं डर जाती. ये क्यों करे? In my college years, I've changed my number twice. The person is the victim. You can't blame the victim for something the culprit did. I feel like if that person comes in front of me, I'm slapped. If a girl doesn't want to talk to you, leave it. The experience is very uncomfortable, unwanted, and something that can be done away with. I don't think any woman will turn around and say, oh, it was okay. It was not okay. It still is not okay. And I think it will continue for life.
Yeah, so back to the screen. So you have seen this video that I have picked up from YouTube. And can you see the language used by the culprit for various females with different backgrounds, such as Rekha, a domestic helper, and Anukriti, a girl with a lady mother with some children without husband, some disputed, marriage. So they are, bitterly condemning them. Whereas the assistant professor, she is just asked for the photo of feet. So this means that economic status, settings, and everything, their lifestyle is, somehow hampering it. So this situation is same as in colonial India. So women are facing, but the method is somewhat enhanced, I would say. So technology is a tool which can liberate females as well. As Anukriti says, my identity depends upon it. So empowerment of women can be done through technology, but it is going in the wrong direction. Pooja says in another video, Pooja says there is leakage of privacy by shopping websites. So Truecaller is doing what? It is targeting other websites in the name of female security, but hiding the things we have talked earlier, that they are storing your knowledge on database and identity and all. So Truecaller is just doing what? It is promoting their website, promoting their application. So conclusion is, we are merged with the technology and we cannot, find a way out, but social interventions are used as a tool against females. So Truecaller has raised the voice of the wrong done to females, but it is not free from the spamming and advertising their own system. So statistical data provided by them is somewhat ambiguous. And the post-humanistic approach says that it is not about leaving or accepting technology. It means that if there is technology, equity must be served through that. Use technology in a positive way rather than using it as just for marketing or something, female danger and something like this. So these are my work cited lists. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, Romitoli. It is interesting topic. And as all of you and all of us are aware that now in the present day, we are totally involved with technology. Use of artificial intelligence is becoming more challenging than, we thought of, it is very friendly with us, but now it is creating so much of complexity in every individual life. That's why you see in Europe, you will see that Facebook or WhatsApp or any other Truecallers, they have a different set of rules and regulations. Whereas in India, now new versions of WhatsApp, they have launched, and they're asking access of your mic, your photographs, and all other informations. And Truecaller, obviously, you rightly pointed out, it's now we must rethink about it, because the data and the personal information is being shared, and it is sharing in the public forum, which is creating a very big hindrance for females, basically not only females, to every individual. And governments must look into this matter, and they should not interfere in the personal privacy of individual. That must be taken care of. So you have made a very good attempt of mixing of this technology and human being, or particularly the female. So very good paper, madam, for your, I really extend my thanks to you for making such presentations. And we must be very careful when we are using certain kind of, technology. Technology brought so much of ease in our life, but that should not, overtake our thinking, our perceptions, our emotions. Because, as one of my friend was telling one day, that Google has everything that you can read, you can understand, but Google is not having the emotions. So human beings are emotional, and we manage things with emotions. So that need to be taken care of and need to be protected. Then only we can, expect a very harmonious society. Thank you very much, madam. So we will go for last presentations. As I can see that one of the presenter, Dr. Amrita Shah, is saying that okay, she is now ready. So her topic is the interaction is, I don't know whether I'm audible. I'm audible. Yeah. So now I invite Dr. Amartya Shah, the politics of what is that? Presenting women on what platform, a study of Tandav, it is part 1. Oh, this is that a very recent web series in the Tandav. Okay, she is going to talk on that particular issue. So I welcome you, Dr. Amartya Shah. Please make your presentation. Are you there? Dr. Amartya Shah. Yeah, please unmute, sir. Yes.
So we were not being able to unmute from our end, actually. Am I audible now, sir?
Yes, you are audible, please.
Okay. So first of all, my topic is a little different from the other topics that I've been hearing, because mine does not deal with policy parameters, but what I essentially deal in is how the media plays an instrumental role in reflecting the society and what is going on in the society. Now, media has a huge role to play when it comes down to reflecting what is happening in the society, how society views a certain power equation, how the politics of the society and how the gender politics is reflected from society onto media. Now, that can be in films, that can be in magazines, newspaper, or it might even be in the later or the latest version of the mediums that are there. Say, for example, the web series that we get to see on several OTT platforms. Now, media also has a dominant role to play when it comes down to shaping future public opinion. Of course, the present public opinion is very important, but when we talk about exposing content on media to younger generation, we are in a way essentially shaping the way in which the younger generation would be thinking in the future, the kind of perspectives and outlook that they would be developing, and the ideas that they would be carrying with them, and the way in which they would be seeing the representation of the genders and also the politics that is there between the genders and how it has been looked upon. Now, when we talk about films, we have already seen a fair bit of film theorists who have talked about the feminist film theories over the period of time from 1970s. The notable, most of them would be Laura Mulvey, who has talked about the male gaze. If we look at Kate Millett in her book, Sexual Politics, she talks about whether the relationship between the sexes can be viewed in political light and how it is viewed. There is Freud's reference that is there, and multiple film theorists who have talked about the way in which the male gaze is implemented when we have been exposed to even female characters. Now, when we have talked about looking, or when we have talked about outlook, the way in which we essentially look at a particular piece of content that is there now, or it might be a female character, or it might be the society's reflection that is there in a film structure. Now, there are three ways of looking at things. Now, one is when we look at the way in which the audience views that particular film. So how the audience views the entire scenario is important. How the people who have been represented in the films, the characters, how they kind of are viewed or depicted, that is one way to look at it. And definitely, of course, the way in which the characters interact with each other becomes a very important perspective when it comes to representing a certain society and the gender politics on film. Now, why Tandav might be a question. Now, Tandav becomes a very significant part of study because in the initial 3 days of its release, it had gathered a viewership of 3.2 million roughly. Now, this is not my statistics. This is statistics which is there out in the media platforms or in the news reports that are there. This is also one of those web series that is the first pioneer web series that agreed to change or modify its content because of the FIRs that were launched against it, because of the intervention of the INB ministry. So this particular web series, Tandav, really becomes a very interesting study and an important area of study. Now, there were three objectives that I had primarily in mind when I came down to make this paper, this research paper. First was to kind of see and understand how the leading female characters have been presented in the narrative and how they take the plot forward, because we often see that the role given to the female characters is not significant enough to take the plot forward or to have a significant role in the narrative themselves. But Tandav is an exception because Tandav has female characters who are equally placed against their male counterparts. If you have the character of a Samar Pratap, which is played by Saif Ali Khan, you have an equally important, if not a more powerful, character of Anuradha Kishore, played by Dimple Kapadia. You have Gurpal's character, which is played by Sunil Grover. On the contrary, you have Maithili's character, which is played by a Gohar Khan. So for every male character that is there in Tandav, there is an equal and opposite female counterpart to that. And they play significant roles in carrying the entire plot, the narrative forward. So my first objective was to see how they have been placed. The second objective was to see that do they, despite being placed in such a good way, despite being represented in such an ambitious, such a well-established spectrum or societal structure, do they finally get to triumph in their goals when it comes down to the politics of genders, when it comes down to the representation of genders? Do they actually triumph in their pursuits, or do they just become second fiddle and lose to their male counterparts? And the third objective that I had was if there are any prejudices or underlying currents that are there which are identifiable in the representation of women that are there. Now, as I kept on saying about these characters, if you look at how they have been named or the meaning of their names, that is very significant. Now, the first character that I talked of is Samar. Samar means literally battle commander. There is another character of Sana whose name literally means brightness or radiance. Anuradha literally means goodness of luck. Maithili refers to Devi Sita directly. Aditi talks about boundless or an innocence which is there in goddess of earth and sky. And when we talk about Aisha, who is also another very important character, it is important to note that the meaning of Aisha, if you Google it, you can see that it is referred to, Aisha is the favorite wife of Prophet Muhammad. So the naming, the start, the very onset of the names that have been given to the characters, whether it be male or female, is very interesting in its own way and have a deep connection to the mythology or the the mythological references that we have in India, and refers to our value system as well. Now, I do not have much time in my hand. If someone has access to my paper, they'll be able to see the way in which I have dissected the entire web series. What I've essentially done is I've taken 9 episodes and I've kind of evaluated them qualitatively. There have been 2 ways in which my evaluation has happened. First of all, by studying the dialogues that have been used by these characters to unfold the narrative, to take the plot forward, how they refer to each other, how they refer to themselves. So basically, which essentially studies the narrative or the dialogues of how the representation happens. The second way in which I have studied or analyzed this particular web series is through the use of camera techniques. The shots that have been taken, whether they're medium close-ups, they're close-ups, they're extreme close-ups, how the shots in a huge way. When we talk about cinematography, cinematography becomes an essential tool in depicting a character in correlation with the person's environment and in correlation with the other characters involved. Now, there have been multiple examples of shots, movements that have been used very strategically to depict the power equation. Say, for example, the low angle shot, the high angle shot, the tight close-up, the extreme tight close-up, or the extreme wide shot that might be used to depict a correlation with the environment or the power politics that have been used. The details of this has been presented in my paper, but now I would like to draw closer to the conclusion. The big question was that does this web series in any way become successful in breaking the stereotype of gender politics that we have been seeing in films for such a long time, where women characters are merely reduced to the male gaze according to Malve. And as we get to see that they never really get to triumph over their male characters. Does this particular web series break away from that stereotype? Unfortunately, if you read the analysis that I've done, you will get to see, and if you see the web series yourself, the characters or the web series, the director fails at this extremely good and brilliant opportunity of breaking stereotype. We get to see that even though that the female characters are extremely well versed, whether it be in political acumen, whether it be in understanding the politics of things, whether it be in successfully creating strategies, political strategies, even when they are successfully leading student agitation protests in university.
Include your paper. We have the
Yes,
another session.
right. So basically, although women characters are shown taking the dominant stand or taking the first position of advantage, they still fail to triumph over the male counterparts who might be flawed, who might be worse in terms of individuals, but they still end up triumphing over their female counterparts. And when we see betrayal, it is sad to see that the women betray the other women characters more often than the male characters have been shown to do so. So that is my conclusion at the end of it.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Vibhuti, just one thing I want to mention, that our third presenter, John Ekeki, is present now. So I think he can present.
So okay. So now it is 2:10. We are overshooting time, so there is no problem. No.
No, it's okay.
Okay, fine. Then thank you very much, Dr. Shah, for your excellent presentations. And it seems we need to. And you pointed out rightly that whatever in the you have given your argument, and it is very much rational. You have given on your argument. Thank you very much for your excellent presentation. So now the second presenter.
No, third presenter, John Ekeki from Nigeria.
John. Okay, his presentation is Nigerian. I can't read this one because it is very
Nigerian hurdles, farmers' conflict and national peace. The role of marketing strategy. John Ekeki, Department of Hospitality Management and Tourism, Faculty of Management Studies, University of Port Harcourt, Choba, Nigeria, along with co-authored with J.N. Nayu, Department of Accounting, Faculty of Management Sciences, University of Port Harcourt, Choba, Nigeria, and J.S. Etu, Department of Hospitality Management and Tourism, Faculty of Management and Science, University of Port Harcourt, Choba, Nigeria.
Okay, thank you very much, Nandini. So welcome you. Please make your presentation.
John, please unmute your. John, please unmute yourself.
Where is he?
Okay.
Oh, John.
Good morning from Nigeria.
Yeah.
Hello. Good morning from Nigeria.
Yes. Good morning. Good morning. Yes. Good morning. And good afternoon from India. Please go ahead.
Good morning from Nigeria. Yes, Dr. Keke, please.
Yes, please go ahead with your presentation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let me share my screen, please.
Yes, please.
Let me share my screen.
Yes, please share your screen.
If you can, please show your whole face. We want to see you also.
Okay. Can I go ahead now?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you. Please share your screen, and
okay,
you can. You can pull down your camera so that we can see you also.
Okay, just.
I can see Gauri Shankar sir also.
A few minutes, please.
Yes.
It's not coming up. Can I start talking?
Yes,
Can I present?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes.
My topic is about
yes,
Nigerian headers and farmers' conflict in Nigeria, and we are looking at the most possible way of finding lasting solutions to the headers conflict in Nigeria. That's the thrust of our paper this morning. We are all aware, all over the world, we are all aware that the headers conflict, the headers and farmers conflict in Nigeria has caused a lot of problems in Nigeria. Farmers are molested, farmers are killed. The most vulnerable women who are farmers are raped and killed. We have so much economic losses in Nigeria as a result of the header farmers conflict. Now there are a lot of solutions, put in place, but unfortunately, no one is working. None is working because of the mistrust between the Southerners and, of course, the Northerners, who are the headers. So we are now looking at how can marketing come in to help us, and we are suggesting that we should be able to establish a channel of distribution. A channel of distribution that will be able to help us solve this problem with the following points. We are looking at the Northerners, the Northern headers, having channel members in the South who will be able to domesticate these cows in the ranches, develop the ranches, because there is no Southerner that will be able to give the Northerners land in the South. So now discover that the land tenure system is a problem because of the mistrust between the headers and the farmers. So we are suggesting entrepreneurs down here in the South who will be able to buy the cows from the headers from the North, domesticate them in the ranches. When this is done, they will not be able to take over from the Northerners the marketing and the distribution of the cows in Nigeria. When this is done, you now discover that open grazing will stop. There will be peace in Nigeria. The women will no longer be raped. The vulnerable farmers will no longer be killed at will and all that. So that is exactly what we are looking at. But for it to work, there should be a law established by acts of parliament to the effect that the northern headers should no longer come to the South to graze, to do open grazing. Let it be that the Northerners will be able to sell their cows and even goats to the Southern entrepreneurs who will be farmers and be able to domesticate this thing and be able to, because here they can buy the land in the Southern Nigeria. Southern entrepreneurs will be able to buy land in Nigeria, in Southern Nigeria, and domesticate these cows and then be able to distribute them along the value chain. That's exactly what we are looking at. And when that is done, there will be peace. But this cannot be done without a trade regulation. There should be a trade regulation bill, sent to the Nigerian Senate and House of Rep members, so they will be able to come up with a law that will stop the northern headers from coming into southern Nigeria, because the mistrust will continue will continue, and there's nothing any man can do about it. So there is need, for us to develop this channel marketing distribution channel that will help the Southerners to buy these cows from Northerners, domesticate them in ranches, be able to now distribute them to along the value chain. That's exactly what we are looking at. And we know that if this is done, there will be peace in Southern Nigeria. There may also be peace in Northern Nigeria. That's what we are looking at. I was given 5 minutes, so I don't know if I still have more time to talk more.
Thank you very much. So if we can take 1 more minute, if you want. So anyway, I think you are done with your presentation. So if you like to conclude, you can take 1 more minute. Otherwise, we can go ahead with our from our side. So, Dr. John.
Yes, I'm with you. What do you say?
Thank you. So, if you like to take 1 more minute, you can take. Otherwise, okay, from our side, we'll start the proceeding of concluding the session.
Okay, the concluding message that we have is that the Nigerian politicians should have the political will to establish a trade regulation, stopping the headers from the north from coming to the south. Let them empower certain entrepreneurs that will be able to, domesticate these cows, manage it, distribute along the distribution channel down here in the southern Nigeria. With that, the conflict will surely come to an end, because the mistrust between the Fulanis and the Southerners cannot be solved today. So let marketing come in to help us. They will still be selling their cows, and then Nigeria will be at peace. Because if they are not here, there won't be any problem. Their business will still be ongoing, with the Southerners buying their cows and domesticating them and distributing them along the value chain. That's what we are saying. So there should be the Nigerian politicians should have the political will to solve the problem. And then the international community should help us by ensuring that they compel the Nigerian politicians or the Nigerian political administration to do something about it. Just a simple trade regulation. Empower the southern farmers. They will be able to domesticate these cows and market them so that we can have peace. And then everyone will be at peace. There will be development in the south. There will also be development in the north. That's our viewpoint. It's an advocacy paper. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. John, for your concern and educating us with your presentations regarding the forward hurdles in Nigeria. Thank you very much for. And then there is a question in the chat box. So you can type your answer in that chat box so that we can save some time. So what I believe now we are done with all the papers, and in the sessions there were some 8 papers being presented by different scholars, and all the papers were very excellent. And so there are certain questions that is already placed in the chat box. So I ask the presenters, please write you can give the answer in the chat box. You can discuss in the later on, or you can have a kind of a one-to-one interaction. Because of the time constraint, I'm not going for any question and answer session. That will be fine, I think, Dr. Nandini.
Yes, absolutely.
So
if anyone of the presenter want to say something,
anybody is
they
there
can say, because there are many questions.
Yeah, questions are there. So what we can do is they can have a one-to-one chat in the chat. They can take that chat box. From there, they can answer all the questions. Because if your time constraint, I'm not going for any question and answer sessions. So that will be fine, I think, from your side.
Yes.
That is okay. So it was an excellent presentations, and Dr. Gilbert and Amrita, and then Anjali and all others. Okay, that was very excellent presentations, and it was a very fruitful sessions. And I must appreciate that. I must appreciate Dr. Nandini for putting all this paper in a same sessions. In a different agenda you brought in a same platform, and the participants and myself, we have learned many things from these presentations. Thank you very much for your efforts, and I would like to thank all the presenters for devoting your time and making a very good presentation in the session, and you are the instrumental for the successful completions of this first sessions, and I hope the other session will also complete in a similar fashion. I would like to thank Indian Institute of Human Security and Governance, Delhi, and then the Center for International Studies and Diplomacy, University of London, and Department of International Relations, the University of Chittagong, Bangladesh, for giving me this opportunity to chair this session. I'd like to thank my co-chair, Dr. Raymond. He left because of certain official urgency. So I once again thanks all of you for your patience hearing and for presenting very excellent paper. And Dr. Nandini, I thank you for giving this opportunity. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Vibhuti Bhushan Vishwas, for wonderful comparing the session. And really, I was very relaxed that you are managing all the sessions. You gave wonderful comments to everyone. So really, I'm thankful to you, and I'm also thankful to Raymond because in a short notice, he accepted our invitation and co-chaired a very important session, because I think gender security and politics is the first. I when I wrote the sub themes, it was, I think, in the fifth one. But I thought that the main topic of our conference is gender security and global politics. So in a word, I can say, like, this is the key theme of the sessions. You wonderfully managed this session, wonderfully compared this session. I'm really thankful to you. Now, without wasting time, I'm going for our next panel. That is also very important. That panel is not in our sub themes when I wrote the concept note. But when I received many papers on transgender issues, I thought I should add this as a separate panel. So the panel 2 is on transgender issues, recent trends. The chairperson is Professor Gauri Shankar Nag, head of the Department of Political Science, and coordinator, Center for South Asian Studies, Sidhu Kanu Birsa University, Purulia, West Bengal. Co-chair Benjamin C. De Guzman, college instructor, University of Eastern Philippines, Laong Campus, Philippines. And also co-chairman is Dr. Sebastian Akam Omen, lecturer, Ambrose Ali University, Benin City, Nigeria. The problem is that I think two of the co-chairs are not present at the time. First, I want to thank Professor Gauri Shankar Nag to accept our invitation, because when I sent her invitation, I wrote that he is going to chair the session on gender security and pandemic. Only yesterday, he came to know that he is going to chair transgender issue session, and he accepted, and I really apologize to actually. I'm really lucky to have a friend like you, Gorida, that you accepted my invitation. And we have also with us Dr. Tina Sepala as attendee. He is the speaker of our valedictory session. If she agrees to co-chair, I'm happy to have her as our co-chair of this session. Over to you, sir.
Hello.
Yes, yes.
Hello, ma'am. I am audible.
Yes, yes, you are audible.
Ma'am, but I can't see myself on the screen. Still, if you permit me to start, because we are running short of time, so can we begin? Can we begin
Yes,
our
yes.
panel discussion?
Yes, yes, sure, sir.
Let me at the very outset extend my hearty greetings and best wishes to Professor Nandini Boshisto for organizing and conceiving the theme, which is a very, what I would say, it is not only about the discovering ourselves in the current cross section of our journey. For what I would say, it's a quest for finding ourselves, our inner urge, our inner freedom, that we can actually think in terms of defining our inner identity and characterizing our identity in terms of our inner urge for new identity in the multiple multi-dimensional world of post-globalization scenario. I feel personally very excited when I was given this new theme, because it gives me an ample opportunity of learning and also to get insight from the panelists' discussion on such an interesting ideas that might actually I think that these are the key ideas which are emerging to what I would say as the key ideas of the emerging discourse at different interdisciplinary dimension. In my introductory, very brief and succinct prolegomenon, I would like to just speak a few words about my take about this particular theme on which I have given the opportunity by the organizers to chair. I once again express my gratitude to the organizers, particularly the Indian Institute of Human Security and Governance, New Delhi, who are organizing this international conference on gender security and global politics, along with the Center for International Studies and Diplomacy School of Oriental and African Studies, University of London, and along with Department of International Relations, University of Chittagong, Bangladesh, and SRKP Government PG College, Ajmer, Rajasthan. So I take this opportunity to put my points before the panelists and also the also those who are attending these very insightful, engaging discussions. I was for quite some time. I was actually listening to different viewpoints of the young scholars who actually attracted my intellectual curiosity, and I am feeling very excited also to the panelists. I was looking at the issues the panelists of this panel they are going to raise from different perspective, not only from the perspective of the history, but also from the point of view of psychology, the legal rights issues, and particularly what is very important to me at the present juncture, as the effect of pandemic is going on, and its impact is palpable enough on the aged people and the children. So I get one important paper also in this panel, identity of the transgender children, particularly how they are coping with the situation, not only the old normal but also the new normal. Although that dimension, I think the panelists will offer. Just a few words with a few words. Hello, I am audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Just a few words as a student of politics. The basic point that actually attracts my attention is the politics of otherness. Whenever we speak in terms of our identity, our influence, our in terms of our positioning in society and our alliance with power, I think that what actually matters most is the politics of otherness. And whenever we speak in terms of otherness, actually, I think that it is like a continuum in the sense that whatever had happened in the pre-colonial or post-colonial, pre-colonial or during the colonial period, that has not yet changed in the post-colonial period and situation. Although we speak in terms of democratic nation building, so in a sense, in a very compact and although not very vague generalization is possible, yet I think that since the situation has not radically improved, even in the post-colonial phase of our existence, as particularly we are encountering globalizations and a new post-human world of technological advancement, as one participant just now narrated the story of the reconfigurations of our life in the new high-tech world of where technology and individuals are interconnected and interweaved. In that, particularly from that perspective, if we look at the scenario looks incomplete. The scenario looks not very inclusive, not very optimistic, and that is why I think it is actually the point of reflections from the perspective of our inner self and its negotiations with the gendered identity is actually, it stems from our sensitive act of our sensitive mind. And I think that that most of the participants, they will fulfill their fulfill this aspiration, that they would actually they will actually question the taboos, and actually the transformation of the world. Actually, the moot point is the transformation of the world. How that transformation could be possible in the multidimensional, pluralistic, highly fluid society, where individual identity can be based on his or her inner perceptions, how that can be recognized, because politics of recognition is very important, and either to various rights which had not been enjoyed by these people of what is often said as sexual minority, these unconventional so-called unconventional viewpoints, although these are not new at all, how these are getting increasingly being endorsed by the people, sensitive people of the civil society, and how it is creating a kind of what I would say a discourse, still it is interrogating our social stereotyping, our state, the laws of the state, which actually based on the heterosexual and homosexual kind of the kind of divisions or classifications. So a new world is actually being unfurled. Being actually a new world is actually being opening up a new horizon of what I would say our freedom is our freedom, our sexual identity needs a new level playing field. So I think, I wish that most of the panelists they would actually be dwelling on the various parameters, angularities of the biopolitics, and how the state views, how the mainstream society looks at these people, their movements, and how the movement could actually in a collective sense, they could produce a new meaning, which I would not say is a subversive meaning of the mainstream concepts, but it would actually create a society in which there would be toleration, there would be recognition, there would be more ample accommodative space for recognition of the rights. So with this brief introduction, I would invite the first panelist of this panel. Yes,
Sir,
ma'am.
sorry for interruption. I think we don't have the first three presenters present in the meeting now. So we can start from the fourth presentation, that is by the Rajashree Datta.
Oh, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Then I would invite Dr. Rajashree Datta, Assistant Professor of Fakir Mohan University, Odisha. Her topic of presentation is very interesting: political participation of the transgender community in India, a comparative study of 2014 and 2019 general elections. So, ma'am, if you succinctly put your findings, which I think will help us to understand how these people are being incorporated gradually, they are getting the rights, and how our democratic practice is assuming a new dimension. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, kindly if you could start your deliberation. Ma'am, Rajashree Datta, ma'am, are you present? Ma'am, Dr. Datta, are you present?
Yes. Wait a minute. I need to, I think, unmute herself. Just wait a minute. Yes. Rajashree Datta, please unmute yourself. Yeah. Still, we can't hear you.
Yes, yes. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, yes, yes.
Welcome, ma'am. Ma'am, kindly introduce yourself and just go to the basic points of your findings.
Okay, okay, sir. A very good afternoon to one and all. My name is Dr. Rajeshri Datta, and I work as Assistant Professor of Political Science in Fakirmohan University, Odisha. And the topic of my presentation will be political participation of the transgender community in India, a comparative study of 2014 and 2019 general elections. Like, as we know, to begin with, in the patriarchal society that India has been, gender roles have remained stringently defined since time immemorial. It has certainly been a long journey for the transgender community, who are often targets of discrimination and harassment in the eyes of society. And as we all know that the Supreme Court of India passed a unique judgment in April 2014, stating one's sexual orientation as the integral part of personality, dignity, and freedom, and identifies transgender as a third gender. No doubt there has been intervention of the judiciary, and however, the statutory provisions have not been sufficient to protect their rights, which results in the violation of their basic fundamental rights. Now, the other part is, although political activism has become much more visible, any real change in their position can be brought about only by ensuring representation in the legislature and in the executive. There are few cases where political parties have given position to third genders, and they have also recently made their space in the media, whereas many other parties have remained largely indifferent in providing them such positions. Contesting election, however, will not be possible without the support of the political parties that dominate the Indian political system. Therefore, drawing on the secondary sources, this paper attempts to analyze two things. First is the political participation of transgender since 2014 general election, and also the paper would delineate a comparative analysis about the political status of transgender between 2014 and 2019 general elections. Now, in 2014, the Election Commission for the first time categorized transgender as the third gender after a landmark ruling by the Supreme Court. And of the total 28,527 registered transgender voters, only 1,968 had exercised their right to vote in the 2014 Lok Sabha elections. Now, as per the latest Election Commission of India data, the registered transgender voters for the 2019 general election were just 10% of the total population. However, despite several awareness programs and debates around the rights of the transgender, the representation and participation in the electoral process remains low, with political parties' approach towards them not going beyond tokenism. Now, when we talk about the exclusion of transgender community, and if we analyze it from the three different angles, we find that three types of exclusion basically they face. One is social exclusion, that means exclusion from family and society, no protection from violence, limited entry in education sector, health services, public spaces, etc. Now, when it comes to the economic problem side, we see them exclusion from economy, exclusion from livelihood, employment opportunities, etc. Now, when we speak about the political exclusion, we find that limited rights to citizenship, limited right to participation in community decision-making process. Now, this paper basically it focuses on the political exclusion part. Now, there are various reasons for this political exclusion of transgender, and some of the reasons may be like transgender have so far failed to get a voter identity card. There are over 4 lakhs trans people still unregistered in the electoral roll. The lengthy process involved in registering a transgender may be the primary reason behind the less number of transgender registered in the electoral roll. The second reason may be apart from getting or apart from acquiring legal documents that proves their credential, it is also required to publish the same in at least 2 local newspapers to certify them as transgender. Now, moreover, one has to incorporate the signatures of their parents or their guardians in the requisite documents. And no parents want to accept that their child is a transgender, and they are also not willing to put their signatures on documents certifying them as one. Now, another reason could be a political exclusion, that parties become disinterested owing to small vote bank. One of the reasons for their absenteeism and disinterest by political outfit is that they are being spread in several pockets. Transgender do not form a larger vote bank in one constituency, with the exception of a few political parties giving tickets to the transgender. There has been less effort in making a transgender the face of a party's electoral campaign. So there has been a trust deficit between both political parties and transgender voters. The transgender also claim that the Election Commission's data of their electoral strength has many flaws. In fact, most transgender in the past have been registered either as male or female, and the cumbersome process to change their gender identity forces them to stay out. Only 10% of the total transgender is registered as voters. Now, this is an issue of concern as well as an issue of data validity, because not all transgender are necessarily registered as transgender voters in their identity card. For example, a transgender may register as female because all her documents have a female identity. Now, the need is to reach out a larger community. If only 10% is registered, it means 90% has been left out. So, as we know that in 2014 Lok Sabha, since the 2014 Lok Sabha polls, the Election Commission of India allowed registration of self-identified trans voters under the others category. In that year, 28,527 voters registered as others in the country. Now, this is the first time that the transgender casted their votes under the category after Supreme Court has declared them as transgender, as the third gender in 2014. Earlier, they had to cast their votes as male or female. They were happy because a new government thought about them and also considered them equally on their agenda. Now, during the 2019 polls, the Election Commission of India appointed a transgender activist, Sri Gauri Sawant, as one of the goodwill ambassadors, and Sawant is the first transgender to be given that honor. That year, the count of others' vote increased by 38,970. However, only 14.6% of the registered third genders voted in the 2019 polls. And that was an increase from 1,968 in 2014. But this increase is still a very grim picture considering the 2011 census, as per which the total transgender population is near about 4,87,203. Now, till 2019, only about 8% of the transgender population has registered as other voters, and only 1% has exercised their voting right, according to an article which has been published by the New Indian Express in 2019. While the Supreme Court in 2014 declared transgender to be a third gender, foolproof categorization was difficult for the election commission before the general elections in 2014. And that is what makes the election. So the election 2019 was important in order to consider their participation more in the electoral process with a new identity. The biggest point for 2019 election was to look at this transgender as an active force and implement programs for mainstreaming them. Now, what needs to be done? Like, the government of India has taken a stance and introduced several welfare policies and programs for the transgender, which would mark a big step forward. Like, this includes census documentation, issuing of the citizenship ID cards, issuing passports, along with the social, economic, political transformation, housing, legal measures, police reforms, legal and constitutional safeguards. But the question is, are these enough? And we find that different states have undertaken different types of measures and welfare policies. For example, the Social Security and Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities Department, Government of Odisha, recognizes that transgender persons are vulnerable human resource for the society and seeks to create an environment that provides them equal opportunities, protection of their rights, and full participation in society. As a part of an integrated initiative for transgender equality and justice, the department has launched a new umbrella scheme that is known as Sweekriti, and that is to be operated in a mission mode with manifold objectives, basically to strengthen the existing implementation machinery and create facilities for coverage of all transgender persons of the state. Now, I would like to conclude. In my conclusion, like, I would like to state that the first transgender who got elected was in 1998 when Sabnam Mosi became MLA in Madhya Pradesh. In 2000, Kamla Jan became the mayor in Raigad, Chhattisgarh, which saw another transgender, Madhu Kinnar, winning the seat as an independent candidate in 2015. However, no state has sent any transgender to the Lok Sabha, and 6 transgender candidates contested each in 2014 and 2019 elections, but none got elected. The Congress had appointed Apsara Reddy, a transgender, as the General Secretary of its Women's Wing on the onset of the 2019 polls. Now, in 2014, the Nalsa judgment in Supreme Court of India directed both the state and the central government to set up the welfare boards for transgender, organize public awareness programs to tackle stigma against the community, and frame social welfare policies for the community. But many states are yet to set up the welfare board. The civil society organizations are no doubt working towards this achieving this objective. Rudrani, founder of the Mitra, an NGO that works with the transgender, says that a transgender, by becoming a lawmaker, can provide a credible platform to the community and can contribute in elevating the position of the community in the society.
Kindly, if you could just summarize. Let the other...
So it is the high time that the political parties should look into it, and like the Women's Reservation Bill, a bill for representation of transgender in Parliament can give voice to this community and improve their life quality. Expecting things to change on its own might take many decades. However, it is important that we bring this transgender or them into the parliament and the state assemblies by nominating them, and gradually through the process of election too. Just a beginning has been made. Many milestones needs to be reached, and so that this particular community gets integrated into the mainstream as well as in the political process. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, I am audible.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. You are audible.
You have just poured a very what I would say, a very excellent paper, very well articulate paper, and thought-provoking, a new area of research and reflection. We are, as you have said, I was minutely listening, and also I took note from your lecture. A very important aspect of our political restructuring. What I would say, the system, political restructuring of the system has started, as you have correctly and aptly pointed out. Yet no doubt about it that the society is still very orthodox, and the political parties who talk about democracy are actually in their style of work, they are not very sensitive to change the society and accept and accommodative of the new identities that people often feel that they should identify themselves through these new transgender voice. Nevertheless, I think that as Indian with the change that has started rolling out from 2014 with the judgment, the landmark judgment of the Supreme Court, and will actually enthuse not only the transgender people to come forward, but also it will actually create a larger ripple to bring about a progressive social and political transformation. I think that ECI, the Election Commission of India, has already started working on various parameters of the issue. The issue is a new one. I think that that we need, as you said, the decades perhaps to change the system, and it is a new trend in Indian politics, no doubt about it. So, ma'am, I express my heartfelt thanks to you, and your work seems to be not only is a work of an excellent topic on which you are working, and we need to actually base our research on this new area, upcoming area of social and political importance. Thank you, ma'am. Greetings to you. Good afternoon. May I now request the next panelist? Actually, may I mention the name of Dr. Orpita Bose is there? Hello.
No, sir. I think Orpita Bose is not still there. And V. Samudeswari, Dr. R. Mathaya also not there. Soma Shah not there. So we have to call, I think, Diksha Pandey, who is there.
Diksha, okay, ma'am. Welcome to the panel on the transgender issue, the new trends of the transgender issue in India and the world, because it is a global topic right now. And we are operating in the framework of post-globalization scenario. Your topic is title of the topic is COVID-19 relief responses for transgender women in India. Is a very relevant topic as it sounds well because of the we are still going through almost the second surge of the COVID-19 pandemic. And so the transgender women particularly, as they are already at the very margin of society and economy, I think that your paper will delve into the crux of the problem, and also your findings, your suggestions will prove what I call a very important bedrock of the new public policy for the government of different states as well as the central government. May I request you, ma'am, Diksha Pandey, ma'am, you are PhD scholar, so I think that young, fresh outlook of your scholarship will actually enlighten this area of our response to with urgency. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, may I request you to start your deliberation and presentation? Diksha Pandey.
Diksha Pandey is research scholar as in Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai, very premier institute. So Diksha, we hope to get some new inputs from you.
Thank you, sir and ma'am, for the lovely introduction. I'd like to share my screen. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Diksha, and I'll be talking about the relief responses that were implemented for transgender women in India. It's a document analysis that I've done over the, by collecting documents through online sources over the past 1 year. As we all know that the COVID-19 pandemic has taken a very negative toll on marginalized communities, and especially communities that depend on informal labor, specifically faced a lot of issues in accessing basic necessities and bare minimums, especially things like groceries and even sanitation supplies. Now, research also indicates that gender and sexual minorities do not receive priority during a natural disaster like a pandemic. And transgender women in India is one such vulnerable community, as the panelists before me pointed out that trans women in India do not have a lot of constitutional protections. We do not have a lot of policies in place that protect their rights and uphold their dignity of life. So transgender women in India traditionally earn their livelihood through begging or badhai, which is blessing on auspicious occasions, or sex work. And all these require some or the other sort of human interaction, which was severely limited during the pandemic. So the aim of the study was essentially to analyze relief measures, whether they were done by the government of India, state governments, or non-government agencies, and how were they inclusive or specifically targeted towards transgender women. The online sources that I considered were state directives that came out throughout the lockdown and subsequently during the unlocks, the reports that were published by NGOs, foundations, trusts, and collectives on their individual websites, journals and newspaper articles, and research studies delineating the psychosocial and other kinds of impact on the transgender population during the pandemic. This was a very India-specific study. As we can see that the targeted relief schemes that were focused on just trans women were very few from the government. It was after a letter was written by 2,000 trans women to the Union Ministry that National Institute of Social Defense doled out a amount of 1,500 for 4,500 transgender women. Now, according to the census, the last census 10 years ago, we have an approximate of 5 lakh transgender women in India, a number that could have easily doubled in the past decade or tripled. So this would have covered only 1% of the present transgender population. Then, as far as state government responses go, it was just the government of Kerala that announced specifically relief kits that included emergency staples, groceries, and temporary housing, as well as medical attention for trans women in the state. The general relief scheme through which trans women could actually access some sort of relief was the Pradhan Mantri Garib Anna Kalyan Yojana, which essentially is for every person in the country who is below the poverty line and has government IDs. Now, we all also know that government IDs for trans women in India is a difficult thing. Most of them don't have it, or have it with their gender not reflecting their transgender status, or they don't even have those IDs available to them. So accessing this would have been difficult for transgender women. As far as non-government relief responses go, I have segregated them in 2 different types of organized relief schemes and individual relief measures that were taken. So a lot of non-government organizations that work with trans women or the LGBTQ population, along with organizations that work with marginalized communities, came together to provide for groceries, for sanitation supplies, for financial help organizations like the Kesha Suri Foundation or the Hamsafar Trust, Solidarity Foundation, Sangama. And then there were other relief measures that were done with trans activists or social workers who have been working in these areas and with the trans population in India, along with community-based organizations that are trans-centric, like Achal Narang with Prerna or Manju Warrior, who's an actor with Dhoya, and Kanaga with Nirangal. And then there were individual crowdsourcing platforms that were created by very well-known transgender activists, which supplied for trans women that they came in contact with, and as well as other people who did go to them for help. Like Grace Bano raised a lot of funds for helping out women in Tamil Nadu, trans women in Tamil Nadu. So did Santa Kurai in Meghalaya and other northeastern states. Sarang Punikar in Pune and adjoining areas. One very interesting example was of Estepin, who is a queer activist, and he essentially used dating websites to reach out to young trans people who were stuck at home or did not have enough financial help to get out of the situations that were in, which might have been violent otherwise. As I looked through all the document sources that were available online in the past 1 year, what I found was that a loss of traditional means of income led a lot of transgender women to face difficulties in accessing necessities. And as we know that this is an identified at-risk population for mental health issues, substance abuse, physical ailments that are not just limited to tuberculosis or HIV/AIDS, but also a population that has seen a huge rise in chronic illnesses like diabetes and heart cardiovascular issues. The pandemic escalated their barriers in accessing life-saving care, like antiretroviral treatment or DOTS medications, or going to a doctor for a simple checkup for their chronic illnesses to be kept in check. And this also increased instances of violence, and they could not even access medical care for that. And transgender specific medical care like transition related care for the gender reassignment surgeries or gender affirmation therapies like the hormone replacement therapy were also put on hold, which also added to the mental health stress that they anyway go through as being not accepted completely as a part of the society. There were also reports and case studies that were published in journals that suggested that they had a higher risk of not getting essential care, even in the case of contracting COVID-19, because the medical infrastructure was biased toward their gender identity and did not know how to sensitively treat them along with being sensitive towards their gender identity. So in conclusion, I would like to say that relief responses are very, very essential in mitigating the effect of experiences like a pandemic, which is life altering for everybody who, everybody across the globe. Everybody felt a lot of pressure and a lot of negative emotions with this entire year that has gone by. So relief measures by the government and non-government organizations actually play a vital role in supporting vulnerable populations. Here we can see that the non-government organizations played a more bigger role than as well as the individuals who have been working in the area and the government, because the government machinery, them not being a very politically important group as such, the community fell through the systemic cracks of the government, and the response of the government towards providing relief responses during the pandemic was largely very gender blind. So as a new wave of COVID-19 has come in and we might enter into a next phase of lockdown, we need to be mindful of the fact that relief measures are only as good as if they are accessible to the most vulnerable of the population. And we have to be very sensitive to the socio-cultural identity of people that are accessing them, and it should be acceptable to them. And it is very crucial to provide that stability in the lives of the members of this community. Thank you.
I'm audible.
Yes,
Hello?
yes, you are audible.
I must congratulate Diksha Pandey for basing her research on a very pertinent topic of recent events and urgency. She has touched upon various crucial aspects, which I think has offered important reflections and inputs for the reconstruction of public policy so far as correcting our gender blind public policies with regard to the relief measures, particularly in view of the pandemic situation, is concerned. There are different areas she has touched from the targeted reliefs, the general relief package, particularly those offered by the organized relief agencies, individual relief, and also the need of actually reformulating and refurbishing relief measures in view of such extraordinary the health emergency that has descended and still going on with its palpable impact, particularly on the transgender women who are already marginalized and their views are still alienated and who are excluded from the decision making process, and therefore I think that she has particularly alluded and hinted at the rightly that government organization particularly should come up with reformulations and rethink in order to make a course correction so far as relief measures to this marooned population, particularly the marginal people, is concerned. I think her paper offers a very what I'd say has a policy implication, particularly in view of this extraordinary situation of health epidemic. So, ma'am, thank you very much. We move on to the next paper. I think we have another very interesting paper and panelists waiting to present a paper. Who is there, ma'am?
Yes,
Hello?
the next presenter is there.
So, ma'am,
Ravneet.
Kaur Ajmani.
Yes, Ravneet
So, ma'am,
is there. Ravneet is there. Just wait a minute.
Hello.
Ravneet, please yeah. Ravneet. Yeah. Ravneet, are you there? Ravneet, are you there?
Now I can't see, I can find her on the screen. Ravneet Kaur Ajmani, Meet and History, Evolution of Third Gender. No, ma'am. So the next who is waiting?
Ravneet is there. Actually, Ravneet is there, and also he wrote especially in the chat box that he is present and he wants to present the paper now. But I don't know why. I think maybe he is facing some internet issue.
Okay, okay, ma'am.
Ravneet, are you there? Please speak something. You already unmuted yourself. So please speak something so that we can hear you. He's writing in the chat box that I am here, but we can't hear. Ravneet.
Ma'am, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, yes.
Ma'am, I'm very sorry. There's some issue, network issue, and also, is it okay if I present without turning on my video?
Okay, no issue. I can understand.
I'm so sorry, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank you all for the opportunity in the first place. Can I begin, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So, ma'am, my paper is titled "The Evolution of the Third Gender Using Myth and History." So, my paper begins by differentiating.
Ravneet, first introduce yourself.
Okay. Yeah. So my name is Ravneet Korajmani, and I am an MPhil scholar at Amity University, Noida. I am pursuing my research in the topic of my thesis is gender performativity in the transgender community. Hello. Yeah. So, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, so my paper that I'm here to present today is on the evolution of the transgender community, the third gender, using myth and history. My paper begins by differentiating between sex and gender. The term sex and gender are often used correspondingly. We often are asked to provide sex and gender while we're filling out any document or a school form or a college document, but not many of us know that both sex and gender are different from each other. They are fundamentally and conceptually two different terms. While sex refers to the physical differences between male and females, which includes primary and secondary characteristics, gender is a term that refers to the socially and culturally constructed distinction between a male and a female. So gender is commonly taken to be a social, gender is taken to be social, whereas sex is natural. As the saying goes, that one is not born a woman or a man, but only through the complicated process of socialization, one becomes one. What we can see is gender as a social construct is all over place. It's all over us. It is very much present at that point of time when we dress a girl in delicate colors and frilly garments, whereas we give a male child a gun. What we are doing is we're boxing those two individuals in the socially constructed gender of a boy and a girl. While the generalization of sexed bodies and the interpretation of the gender identity has benefited some, it has also oppressed others who differ from their assigned sex for as long as we have known or heard. So transgender is an umbrella term that has been come into usage in the past decade. It is often used to refer to people who transgress from their assigned biological sex as they strongly feel that they belong to the opposite gender. Now, these people are divided into two categories mainly of trans men and trans women. Transgenders also include hijras. Mostly hijras are born as male, but feel a constant desire to shed their male identity and take one they identify with, and that is of a female. Transsexuals is also a part of the transgender community. It is often referred to. The term is often used to refer to a bunch of people who go through gender reassignment surgery. They are also broadly divided into transsexual men and transsexual female. What we need to understand here is that gender and sexual morality they're never really absolute, but are always fluid in nature. It undergoes significant shift during different time frames. The existing power structure of the period determines and revises the gender and sexual ethos of the time. If we were to trace back to the history of transgender, we would see that they were a very important part of the Indian society for centuries. We see the presence of queer narratives inside the religious canvas, the presence of non conventional social orientation built in the conventional Hindu folklore. The theme of sex change and gender and the theme of sex change and gender transformation is this is something that we can very it's very common in Hindu fables. But by sex I mean biology, by gender I mean social articulation of that biology through clothing and the characteristics attached to the gender. Hindu folklore makes consistent references to such ideas. They're ideas and stories, tales that constantly challenge the normative notions of maleness and femaleness. Uh, in Ramayana, I'm going to present a few examples where there is a mention of the third gender. In Ramayana, we can see there's when Lord Ram, after being banished from his kingdom, was leaving for exile after being followed by the people of his kingdom, turns to his followers and asks all the men and women to return back to Ayodhya. Upon his return back to his kingdom after 14 years, he still sees a few people standing there. When asked the reason for it, they responded that he asked both men and women to leave, but the people belonged nowhere, the third gender. Intrigued by their dedication, Lord Ram sanctions them the power to offer blessings on individuals for auspicious occasions like marriages and birth of a child. We also have in Mahabharata where Arjun, when he refused an Apsara who desired him, he caused him to be a eunuch for a year. So we also see Arjun turning into a eunuch for a year when he was banished from his empire and he went to exile in Indraprashtham. We also have story of Aravan and Iravan, of a minor character in Mahabharata. It is from the same lineage the transgenders are said to have been born. We also have very popular story of Shikhandi or Shikhandini from Mahabharata. Additionally, in the Hindu mythology, the union of Lord Shiva and goddess Parvati is worshipped as Ardhanareshwar, which implies half women, half men, and Lord Shiva is worshipped in the same form. Indian laws that view non-vaginal intercourses as unnatural and dressing in drag as hostile and vulgar originated from colonial masters of the land in the 19th century. The colonial agenda of social reform of the natives serves as a tool to target gender and sexual practices in our country. Among these, the most popular ones are sati. Whereas we also need to talk about the Criminal Tribes Act, which was again it was brought in by the British authorities in an attempt to criminalize and wipe out the Hijra community. The Hijra group appeared to the British to be beyond the binary sex classification of male female and unclassifiable in the middle that challenged British attempt to classify the Indian population for a better ruling order. Foucault contested that between the 16th and the 17th century in Europe, there was a progressive change from sovereign power in which the land of sovereignty is the exercise of sovereignty, that is, the insurance of the territory, to administrative power. The point of the last is the administration of the populace, where their major aim was the improvement of the condition of its population, an increase in its wealth, longevity, and health. The concern with population meant that issue of reproduction, household formulation were central to the government. For the very reason, hijras embodied sexual disorder and a threat to their economic and political purposes. Jessica Hinche, in her book Governing Gender and Sexuality in India, the hijras from 1850 to 1900, claims that Hijra challenged the British administration in innumerable ways, one of it being their periodic travels in the aim of collecting arms. It seems to challenge the colonial attempts to centralize political authority by destabilizing political borders and were viewed as a proof of Hijra criminality. In entirety, for British, especially in North India, Hijras were rebellious individuals that should be directed so as to produce a disciplined and knowable populace. The colonizers' worry with Hijra illuminates the way in which Britishers conceptualized manageable colonized people. During this period, British authorities observed productive work as a way to restore Indian criminals. The communities or tribes who were classified as criminals were stripped off to overseas penal colonies. But British understanding of Hijra, gender, bodily characteristics, and sexuality was far beyond it. Were considered evidently effeminate and unfit to perform strenuous labor. With while such eunuchs were thought to be incapable of moral improvement because of the physical changes castration delivered, but contrary to dominant narratives about hijras, they earned a living performing noteworthy occupations such as farming, shopkeeping, animal husbandry, and domestic help. What becomes evident here is how the colonial masters of the land formed a narratives which had they did not have any local knowledge of hijras. They formed a narrative, a history to challenge our country and to have a better hold on us Indians. Colonial sexual orders was challenged. One second. Colonial sexual order was challenged by Hijra sexual practices, while their gender expression was unclassifiable, combined of dress, bodies, and genitalia. The anti-Hijra campaign was included to culturally eliminate the Hijras by stigmatizing Hijra culture and their gender practices and expression in the public eye before leading to an erasure. We could also see that the present day narratives of Hijras, where they quote incidents of physical violence in hands of police in their day to day life, we can see how the strategies of elimination evolved in anti Hijra resemble the strategies used by settler colonial strategies to eliminate, including the elimination of children from Hijra household and elimination of social and cultural practices. Though their efforts turned out to be a failure, which is obvious while we see the Hijra communities in India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. But I would like to conclude by saying that though the transgender community, the Hijra community survived the British attempt to uproot them, we must not forget their present day situation where they are made to suffer each day because of the choices that they made in hands of law and the guardians of the society. Thank you.
Professor Gauri Shankar Nag, are you there? Okay. Thank you, Ravmeet, for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
You actually stated many of the stories and facts which I think many of us are not very much familiar with. So thank you for actually, as I said earlier, that I never thought that I will add a special section in a conference on transgender, but I received many papers, so I accommodated all this in one section because I think nowadays it's a very volatile and important issue to be discussed.
Yes, ma'am.
Nag, are you there?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am, for adding a section for the transgender issue. Thank you.
Okay, so I like to invite our next presenter, Ishita Parekh, student, Banasthali Vidyapit. The title of her presentation is Legal Rights of LGBTQ Community. While I was actually dividing papers according to the themes, I was quite like in a dilemma in which section it should be added, in the gender security and law section or in the transgender issue section. But I thought that it will be the perfect section for this paper. So over to you, Ishita. Are you there? Okay, I need to unmute yourself first, I think. Ishita, are you there? Okay. Previously, she was here, but I don't know why now she left. Arpita also left. I think. Yeah. Professor Gauri Shankar Nag. Yes, yes.
Ma'am, hello?
Yes, sorry. Hello?
Ma'am, hello?
Yes,
Ma'am,
yes.
I had some points to actually to tell to the presenter Navneet Kaur Ajmani presentation, but I could not get the opportunity to
No,
actually
sir.
because
Sir, you can continue because there are no more presentations. So you can continue to tell your observations.
So it was a very excellent presentation, as I heard from Navneet, that how actually she delved into Indian history and Indian mythology to bring out the insight of our society, our sexuality, and our personal identity. But how she actually delved into the historical analysis to explore, to make us understand how these actual sexual orientation, these unconventional sexual orientation, the so-called unconventional sexual orientation, these gradually became problematic during the colonial time. So that is actually a very important elevation point of our paper that makes us understand how from the social cultural realm of our existence, of our identity, and our negotiation with the society and the culture, prevalent culture, how at what point of time with the change of the political setting, with the change of the colonial advent of the colonial rule, how the system became gender blind, and how it actually became problematic for this community, and how they were marginalized. I have actually expressed my gratitude to the young scholar Navneet for dwelling on the intricacies of the Hijra community, and how this community has been facing lots of what I would say the oppositions, but still they are resilient enough to stick to their what she told, that these community people are they are considered to be effeminate, but at the same time they are the most. The history shows from the historical reconstruction and recollection, she made it amply evident that how these community people, they may be considered in the mainstream, they may be considered to be to be the effeminate and powerless to carry on or carry out the onerous physical works. But still, they have proven themselves to be the most rebellious and rebellious people, flagging what I would say the flagging by flagging the ideas of resistance to the colonial oppression and subjugation. This is the most important aspect to look at vis-a-vis the narrative, the social mainstreaming narrative to reflect on this community. and they are with which they are actually treated in our society. So I think that this paper is, I think that this paper is very sensitive paper. This paper has a potential of what I would say the various sub layers of our identity in society gets constructed. How these Hijra community play an important role in our social ecosystem, and particularly I was reading for a few days that this community should be looked at from the perspective not only from their sexual orientation or their psychological orientation, but also there are political economy. Actually, there are different forces of political economy which operate behind this community to take up this kind of role that they are relegated to take up actually, or forced to take up. And there are poverty, there are inequality, and there are fear of ostracization, which often negatively impact on their psychological plane, the pathology of their behavior, the way they are treated and looked at, often even by the parents, as she said, as several panelists they asserted that that even the parents they feel ashamed to disclose the orientation, the sexual orientation of their infants, their child, and how and it is most surprising and to notice how if at all this behavior is a deviant behavior, but how this deviant behavior is often objectified as an act of criminality by the state, as the Navneet very pertinently and aptly pointed out, how the notion of criminal activities were associated with the ideas of the colonial masters to find out a very what I would say a social organization for the convenience of their administration. So once again, a very empathetic, very sensitive, very insightful, and I would say above all, it was very thought-provoking take. Must I congratulate Navneet and all the panelists for their pains they have taken to put their thoughts into the gray areas, or I would say or vis-a-vis the reluctance of the society often to actually to ride roughshod over these areas of that we neglect, often tend to neglect. So it is an attempt to do justice by evacuating these areas of social cultural indeterminacy, and but yet they have their own autonomy of existence. They have their own voice that has been articulated by various panelists by focusing on the areas they have pertinently figured in their thought-provoking papers. My heartfelt thanks goes to every panelist for excellent deliberation within time, and for touching upon the dimensions that perhaps I think have not been touched or dealt or engaged with such magnitude of sensitivity and intensive social and cultural understanding. Is a panel of young energetic fellows from which I learned a lot. My gratitude goes to the organizer, particularly to Professor Dr. Nandini Bosishto, madam. And so, ma'am, should I just hand the speaker to you, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor Gauri Shankar Nag, Really, I'm first of all, as I said earlier, that mistakenly, like first I sent you some other panel name, but you managed to take over the responsibility of comparing this panel. So I'm really obliged to you, and thanks a lot for wonderful remarks you made after the presentations. Thanks a lot, sir. Now, without wasting time, I want to invite chairperson of our next panel, and that is panel 3 on history of women empowerment and gender security, Dr. Suman Rajan, who is associate professor at Dayanand Mahila Mahavidyalaya, Kurukshetra, Haryana, as well as ex-convener women cell of the same college. Co-chair is Dr. Rukmesh Chauhan, who is assistant professor history, Dayanand Mahila Mahavidyalaya, Kurukshetra, Haryana, as well as she is vice president of IIHSG. And also we have co-chair Rahmatullah Ibrahimi, who is assistant lecturer, Patkia University, Gardez, Afghanistan. Over to you, ma'am. Ma'am, Suman Rajan.
Namaste. Hello.
Hello. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Video and audio clear?
Yes, yes. But yeah.
Okay, okay, madam. So, first of all, I must congratulate Madam Nandini Vashisht, जो इस प्रोग्राम की ऑर्गेनाइजर हैं और इनकी संस्थाएं जो साथ में जुड़ी हुई हैं. मैडम मैं दोनों लैंग्वेजेस में रहूंगी, हिंदी एंड इंग्लिश. कंफर्टेबल है?
Ma'am, it will be little bit problematic for us because we have many distinguished experts with us who are listening to the whole conference as an observer from different gender security expert institutions around the world, like United Kingdom, US.
Okay.
So they can't understand.
Okay, you want me to talk only in English? I cannot use Hindi.
Exactly, ma'am. Because
okay, okay, ma'am. I'll try my best because I'm an associate professor in language of Sanskrit. So my preference was to talk in Hindi, and as much because I have taken much material from Ramayana, Mahabharata, and Vedic Kal. So I thought that I would present in Sanskrit and Hindi as well as in English also. But if you are saying so, that there are other country specialist panelists and they will not understand if I talk in Hindi. So I'll try my best as much I can present in English, but allow me in between to talk in Hindi as well as in Sanskrit, because there are few quotations which I would like to present in Sanskrit only. Is it okay, Madam Vishishta?
Yeah, if you can translate it for the audience, because see, actually we don't have this facility to give translated version of your presentation. So that's
okay, okay, okay.
But no issue, ma'am. You please continue.
Okay, okay. First of all, I must congratulate you, madam, and my co-chairpersons are Dr. Rukmesh and Mr. Rahmatullah from Afghanistan. Both of them, my regards to all of you, those who are present on this dais. As you have given me this third panel, madam, and the topic of the panel is History of Women Empowerment and Gender Security. All of us, we know that from the very starting, from the Vedic Kala, because in Indian history, before Vedic Kala, there is no such examples are there. So from the very starting of Vedic Kala, we see women empowerment. Because women are always empowered in our Hindu Samskriti. And in Vedic Kala, there were so many Rishikai. You call them Rishikai, wives of Rishis. All of them, they were well educated and they have written so much of material in Vedic context. There was Maitreyi, wife of Yajnavalkya, Gargi, and then Lopamudra, wife of Agastya Muni, Arundhati, wife of Guru Vasishtha, and Ansuya, called Mata Ansuya, wife of Rishi Atri. And so many examples are there in Ramayana and after Mahabharata also. So when we go to the Vedic period and we see in Vedic period that there are educated women, I have quoted very few of them, then how we can say that women were not empowered? Women were empowered, of course. The percentage of empowered women was less at that time. And later on, with the period in Ramayana and Mahabharata, later on, much of the women were empowered and educated as well. They used to fight. They used to go for shikar, you can say, with their husbands, with their kings. So in Vedic period, when empowered women are seen in Vedic period, then at this time, at present, there are at least maximum women, those who are educated and empowered as well. Of course, in the Vedic period and Ramayana and Mahabharata, you can see that less examples of daughters and wives were given because our Sanskriti, our civilization is mainly, you can say, Pitri Saptatmak. They give more preference, they give more importance to the gents, to the male than female. But in this context, we cannot say that if there are not examples, there are not examples are quoted of women, so women were not educated or women were not empowered. They were given the right of Swayambara. Who can go for Swayambara? The lady, the female, if she is empowered. So such examples show us that from the very starting until date, women are empowered. And of course, gender security is according to situations, according to the, as in previous years, we had Rajatantra, kingship, and then later on, as we came to this Lokatantra, when government system is there, more powers are given and more insecurities are raised. In the Vedic Kal, you must have read and you must have seen that women were more secured. Women were more secured in the age of Ramayana, in the age of Mahabharata. Yeah, a few examples are there, as there is that Ravana took Sita, Mata Sita away. Such examples are there, but even there also she was secured. So such examples show us that we cannot say that women were not empowered from the very starting, from the Vedic Kala till this age. And as in my panel, there are 8 to 10 panelists. Those are going to present the paper. Now I wish to ask Madam Nandini Vishisht that shall I give the comments in between or at the last when all the panelists have given their presentations? Madam Nandini?
That is your choice, madam, because that is up to the chairperson, because chairperson is the boss of the panel. So it is up to you. But just one request I want to make. One participant, I think he is the presenter, presenter number, Pratap Kumar Ghorai. He is not here. So in place of him, Meeta Havaldar will present. But don't worry, I will let you know when she want to present. So just one change is there.
Okay, Madam Nandini, I'll take your help in between if as it is there, if I need so, and I'll ask you time to time. But I'll give the comments then after each panelist because it will be comfortable. Otherwise, there will be a big list at the last, and even it will be difficult for the panelists also and for me also to conclude all the panelists in my panel. So I'll give the comments after each panelist. Shall we start without any delay?
Yes,
First
yes.
panelist.
Rukmesh, do you want to say something, or ma'am, you decide when Rukmesh will tell, because she is the co-chair of the session.
Good afternoon to all of you. Good afternoon. Madam Nandini, Madam Rukmesh can take the chance now first, and we'll ask Mr. Rahmatullah. At last, he'll speak.
Okay.
At the end of the panel.
Okay, ma'am.
No?
Yes.
If any change, please tell me.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay, madam. So, Madam Rukmesh will present her paper, or as whatsoever she wish to say. First, good afternoon to all of you. I thank full Dr. Nandini Vasishtha and IIHS to give me a good opportunity in this institutions. I want to share my views on women's and discrimination and women, gender and social change in Haryana and insecurity in ancient India. Women in continued to be victim of oppression, not with standing strategies made by our nation in scientific development in different direction, in spite of constitutional provision and other laws discrimination, and total against the fairer sex.
Rukmesh, I think your network is not so much powerful. So you can do one thing, you can off your video and just speak.
Madam Rukmesh. Madam Nandini.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we request the next panelist, because I think Madam Rukmesh's network is not working properly, so there is no audio and video, both is missing. So
Okay,
please, we'll request the next panelist. We'll give her a chance later on.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, okay, Nandini ji, please. So next panelist, please. Women remain a valuable.
Rukmesh, we can't hear you. Rukmesh, we can't hear you. So, Madam Suman Rajan is requesting to start with the first presenter. Madam, we can continue, I think.
Yes, please, madam. Please, Nandini ji.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll call the next panelist, because audio video.
Okay, ma'am. Should I tell the name, or you are going to call her?
Please just tell me the name. I have also taken the schedule which you have given to me. I think so. First is Dr. Chhagan Lal Maholia. Is it so?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Dr. Chhagan Lal Maholia, gender security in ancient India. Please.
Yes, ma'am. This is his topic, gender security in ancient India. He is associate professor at Department of Sanskrit, SRKP Government College, Kishangarh, Ajmer.
Ajmer. Okay.
Lal, are you there?
Hello.
Yes, Dr. Chaganla. Yes, 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 sir. Audible. Yes, sir, you are audible, as well as video is also clear. Please start your presentation. You are the first panelist. Yes.
आज इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संगोष्ठी जो लंदन, बांग्लादेश, यूक्रेन और किशनगढ़ अजमेर इंडिया के संयुक्त तत्वावधान में आयोजित इस इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के आज चेयर पर
Sir, 1 minute, sir. We kept Hindi panelists in a separate section because we have international observers in our conference, and we if we allow all the local languages or the national language of India, then maybe we have some trouble in the future, because I invited many international observer to see the conference. So, sir, please, if you don't mind, tell your paper in English, or else you can present your paper tomorrow in the morning session.
जी जी, मैंने अभी हिंदी में ही तैयार किया था। इंग्लिश के लिए मैं कल मॉर्निंग में बोल सकता हूं मैडम।
नहीं नहीं सर, मैं ये कह रही हूँ कि आपको अगर हिंदी में पेपर प्रेजेंट करना है तो कल हम लोगों ने समय रखा है सुबह 8 से 10 सभी हिंदी पेपर्स के लिए, लेकिन इंग्लिश पेपर जो है वो अभी सिर्फ प्रेजेंटेड करने के लिए हम बोले हैं, ताकि हमारे जो इंटरनेशनल ऑब्जर्वर्स है वो सुन भी सके, समझ भी सके।
जी मैडम।
सर प्लीज इफ यू डोंट माइंड आप कल प्रेजेंट कर लीजिएगा।
ठीक है मैडम। थैंक यू मैडम।
थैंक यू फॉर योर प्रेजेंस। वी विल हियर यू नेक्स्ट डे। ओके
ओके
ओके, थैंक यू सर। या नेक्स्ट वन मैम।
हाँ जी, नेक्स्ट मैडम वशिष्ठ। नेक्स्ट पैनलिस्ट इज मिस बरखा सिंह, research scholar from Udaipur. Barkha Singh is present on the screen or not? Panelist Barkha Singh.
I think Barkha is not present.
Okay, madam. Shall we go for the next?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then our third panelist is Dr. Jai Singh and Mrs. Sarita Yadav. They are in collaboration presenting this paper, Gender and Social Change in Haryana. They belong to Karnal. Dr. Jai Singh and Mrs. Sarita Yadav.
I think
any one of them?
Not present.
They are not on the screen, ma'am?
No, no, ma'am. I think Dr. Shraddha is there, the third paper.
Okay, Dr. Shraddha.
Yes, Dr. Shraddha, I am asking you to unmute yourself. Please accept my request, otherwise we can't hear you.
Okay, madam. Dr. Shraddha from Bikaner. Gender inequality in modern India. Dr. Shraddha.
Dr. Shraddha, please unmute yourself. We are requesting you to unmute, accept the request so that we can hear you. Rukmesh, if you are listening to me, please call Dr. Shraddha and ask her to accept our request to unmute herself. In the meanwhile, ma'am, may we call the next paper presenter?
Okay, okay. Madam Nandita Vashishtji, okay, we'll go for the next. Then next one is Dr. Kamlesh from Karnal, Security and Empowerment of Indian Women. Dr. Kamlesh from Karnal. Dr. Kamlesh is there?
Ma'am, our next paper presenter is Dr. Mohan Singh Saggu, Associate Professor, Baba Farid Law College, Faridkot, and he will present on gender inequality and women empowerment in India, myth or reality.
Okay, madam. Then Dr. Mohan Singh Saggu is present on the screen, please.
Yes.
Yes. Am I audible to all of you, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Audible as well as video is also clear. Please start.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Honorable Chairperson and co-chairpersons and panelists, a very good evening to all of you. Myself, Dr. Mohan Singh Saggu, Associate Professor, Baba Farid Law College, Faridkot. Today, I am presenting my views on the topic gender inequality and women empowerment in India, myth or reality. From the womb to tomb, the story of Indian women is one of discrimination, oppression, atrocities, and neglect. In India, women are discriminated and marginalized at every level of the society, whether it is social, economic, or political participation, access to education, and also reproductive health care. The status of women in India remains a cause of concern. Women continue to face situations of inequality and discrimination at every stage of their life. The cycle of violence and vulnerability continues throughout her lifespan, which not only affects her constitutional right to life and liberty, but also impairs her ability to develop to her full potential. Violence remains against women takes many forms such as sex, selective abortions, and infanticide, child marriage, child prostitution, sexual violence, violence of her dignity in public sphere, which poses a challenge. Such challenges cannot be viewed in isolation, but need to be examined in light of globalization and current economic growth. Gender disparity is high. Crimes against women are increasing, and violence against women is all-time high and in most cases go unreported. Although there are a number of laws enacted to protect women against all sorts of discrimination, yet there has been significant increase in their cases of rape, acid attacks, kidnapping, abduction, dowry deaths, sexual harassment, domestic violence, trafficking, etc. This is due to cumbersome legal procedures and the presence of certain loopholes in the laws as well as in the functioning of our judicial system. Percentage of women in Lok Sabha in relation to the total number of seats is very low, and their representation has not crossed 11.23% till date. The presence of women in upper house has been only slightly higher overall, probably due to indirect elections and nomination of some women members. It was highest in 1990 at 15.5% and showed a declining trend thereafter. Average participation of women in Rajya Sabha from 1952 to 2014 was just 9.62%. It is significant to note that the deputy chairperson of Rajya Sabha, at least for more than 35 years, had been a woman. Yet women face increasing competition from male politicians for nomination. Women have low representation in the Council of Ministers as well. Women have not been given due access in decision-making power and due position in administration and governance. The still pending Women's Reservation Bill for the last 2 decades underscores lack of political will to empower the women politically. The male dominance prevails in the politics of the country, and women are forced to remain at the lowest ebb as mute spectators. Despite of constitutional guarantee of equality of sexes, equality of opportunity, the women in India still continues to be victim of exploitation and discrimination. Women suffer indignities in various forms. In the workplace, she is victim of insult, comments, misbehavior, unequal wages for the same work are often denied. Even eve teasing, molestation are commonly faced by her. Dowry deaths, rape, human trafficking, female ferticide, and the like. Therefore, social, political, economic empowerment of women has become the main agenda of governmental and non-governmental organizations in recent years. Women's empowerment through provisions of laws of equal remuneration, property rights, reservation of seats for women in political bodies, free education to girl child are some of the efforts undertaken by the state to improve the status of women. The social factors, illiteracy, ignorance, economic factors, low wages, unemployment or underemployment, political factors, low participation of women in the elections and other elected bodies are equally responsible for gender inequality in the country. Social norms, personal laws, various customs and traditions, old and sick rituals and customs, socio-religious norms, lack of awareness about legal and constitutional provisions, and failure of realizing it are the factors that hire the process of empowerment. Although India still has to go a long way in attaining gender equality and gender justice, no one can deny that India's efforts towards redressing gender inequality are much more pronounced, no less to be appreciated. Gender equality and uniform law are Article 44 of the Constitution of India, and says is a uniform civil code for all citizens and lays down that state shall endeavor to secure for the citizens a uniform civil code throughout the territory of India. It means that and inequalities in their personal matters of marriage, divorce, inheritance, and succession. Indian women, who constitute nearly half of the population, continue to clamor for a uniform gender code to enjoy equality and justice, irrespective of community to which they belong. The objective to achieve a uniform gender code is perceived as a need not only to reform the personal laws of various communities in India, but also as a need to comply with the provisions of the Indian Constitution and the international conventions to which India is a party. It is to be noted that founding fathers of the Constitution had incorporated Article 44 for the purpose of securing national integration rather than for achieving gender equality. Initially, the demand for uniform civil code was made by the All India Women's Conference in the context of women's uplift and equal rights. The issue of gender justice didn't figure prominently in the debate of uniform civil code. Later, during the Constituent Assembly debates and debate, focus shifted from the gender equality to national integration. It is unfortunate that even after 6 decades and a half from the framing of the Constitution, the real idea of uniform civil code under Article 44 is yet to be achieved. Though the Indian government adopted a policy of interference towards the implementation of a uniform civil code, positive efforts have been made by the Supreme Court, which are reflected in its various pronouncements from time to time. These Supreme Court pronouncements acted as a precedent for achieving a uniform gender code through the implementation of Article 44 for achieving gender equality through a harmonious constitution of the fundamental rights of Article 14 to 25. The pronouncements of Supreme Court on uniform civil code focus more on the issue of gender equality rather on national integration. In this regard, it is proposed to focus the Supreme Court's judgment on Shah Bano case, Sarla Mudgal case, Ahmedabad Women's Action Group case, and Lily Thomas case. In Muhammad Ahmad Khan versus Shah Banu Begum case, popularly known as Shah Banu case, the Supreme Court acknowledged that it was a matter of regret that Article 44 of our Constitution had remained a dead letter. The court held that a Muslim woman would be entitled to maintain under Section 125 of CRPC if the amount received by her as dowry under personal law is not sufficient for her sustenance. The court's decision negates the effect of Section 127 of CRPC, which provides that if a woman has received an amount under personal law, she would not be entitled to maintenance under Section 125 of CRPC in 1973 after divorce. Stressing the need for uniform civil code, Justice Chinnappa Reddy observed, the time has now come for a complete reform of the law of marriage and make a uniform law applicable to all people, irrespective of religion or caste. Now, it is time for the legislature to take initiative in this direction. Though this decision was highly criticized by Muslim fundamentalists, yet it was applauded by activists as a liberal interpretation of law as required by gender justice. The Shah Bano ruling by Supreme Court created political controversy. The Muslim fundamentalists considered the judgment as a direct interpretation in their personal law. The Supreme Court's reliance of Article 44 in upholding the right of maintenance of a Muslim divorcee under Section 125 of CRPC soon boom-raised, resulting in a separate maintenance of Muslim female divorcee. Then next, gender equality in public employment. Issues concerning discrimination against women in the area of public employment were challenged in the court during the post-emergency period. The court examined such discrimination as to whether they violated the constitutional mandates of equality enshrined in Article 14, 15, and 16 of the Constitution of India. C.B. Mathuman versus Union of India was the first instance to raise the issue of gender discrimination during the post-emergency period. C.B. Mathuman, a senior member of Indian Foreign Service, challenged Rule 18, Clause 4, debarring married women the right to be appointed to that service, the Rule 8, Section 2, requiring the women appointed to service to obtain written permission from the government before her marriage of Indian Foreign Services, Recruitment, Seniority and Promotion Rules 1961, as violative of her right to equality under Article 14, 15, and 16 of the Constitution. These rules were, however, not applicable to the men. The Supreme Court upheld the contentions and declared both impugned regulations as discriminatory against women and a blatant disregard of Article 14, 15, and 16 of the Constitution of India. Acknowledging the person of gender discrimination in the domain of public employment, Justice Krishna Iyer commented, discrimination against women in traumatic transparency is found in this rule. In these days of nuclear families, intercontinental marriages, and unconventional behavior, one fails to understand the innate bias against the gender of the species. And on the issue of gender justice and adultery, I would like to express my views about the fact that although the court's liberal approach to the issue of gender discrimination in the case of employment proved beneficial for women, but the court's protectionist attitude towards women's relating to the personal provisions of adultery cannot always be considered as women-oriented. This is evident from an examination of some judgments of Supreme Court, which do appear protective, but were in fact anti-women and reflected the archaic Victorian values. The Supreme Court invoked the constitutional mandate of Article 15, Clause 3 to defend its protective attitude towards the penal provisions relating to adultery. The challenge to these provisions have come from the adulterer as being discriminatory against men and also for the adulterer's wife for not being able to prosecute her husband as being discriminatory against women, as the following cases illustrate. I will just quote one case. The court adopted the paternalistic approach towards women in their involvement to the offense of adultery. Yusuf Abdul Aziz versus State of Bombay was the first instance when the penal provision of Section 497 of IPC was challenged as violative of Article 14 and 15 of the Constitution. Yusuf Abdul contended that Section 497 of IPC violates the right to equality on the ground of sex, since it punishes only the men in the offense of adultery, as exempts women from punishment, though women may be equally guilty. The court relied upon the mandate of Article 15, Clause 3 to uphold this provision. The position was made explicit when the court said, it was argued that Clause 3 should be confined to the provisions which are beneficial for women and cannot be used to give them a license.
Sir, with permission of the chairperson, sir, with permission of the chairperson, I just want to request you to come to conclusion, because we have allocated only 5 minutes for the presenter.
Okay, madam, I am concluding just. The Supreme Court has understood the very fact that women empowerment is the most indispensable route to countries' development and cannot be ignored, except at the stake of countries' deterioration. If almost half of the population of country is suppressed and inactive, it would obviously lead to country backward by centuries. The effort of the judiciary to break and do away with all such traditional norms that look down upon women has given judgments to prevent violence against women and to put them equally as men in the society. In spite of all this, women had always been considered as weaker sections of the society and had been a victim. In the country of gods and goddesses, it is quite famous shlok of Sanskrit that must be adhered to. Yatra naryastu pujyante tatra devat romante, meaning where women are worshipped, there God resides. Thank you, all of you. Thank you once again for patiently listening my views. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Professor Shuman Rajan, are you there? Yes. Ma'am, we can't hear you. Ma'am? Yes, but it's breaking. Your voice is breaking. We can't hear you, ma'am. Ma'am, I think you can, if you are using laptop, you can use the laptop speaker without headphone. No, ma'am. Still not audible. Should I call up on the next speaker? Hello? Ma'am, you are still not audible. So without wasting time, I think I should call upon the next speaker. As I said earlier, that one of the speaker of this session Pratap Kumar Gharai and Ipsita Havaldar is not present due to some urgent work in their college. So I am asking Dr. Meeta Havaldar, Assistant Professor, Calcutta Girls BT College, to present her paper. The title of her paper is Security of Gender and Sustainable Development of Our Environment. It is scheduled in the Sustainable Development section, but I am asking her to present now because she has some medical emergency tomorrow. So ma'am, over to you now.
Okay, ma'am. Very good afternoon.
Hello, madam.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Ma'am, sir.
Ma'am, I am start my presentation.
Yes, ma'am. You can start.
Okay. Very good afternoon, respected chairperson, and today present other dignitaries in this platform. I am very proud for giving opportunity for some time my opinion and views regarding the gender security and other things. My topic is security of gender and sustainable development of our environment. Move korche na keno? Slide is, please 1 minute. Okay.
Ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
If you want the full screen slideshow, just press F5 in your laptop.
Okay, okay, ma'am. Next. Okay, okay.
Press arrow right and left to manage your slides.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. Are you visible and audible?
Yes, you are absolutely visible and audible on your slides, so we can see.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. My topic is already told, the security of gender and sustainable development of our environment. So sustainability is a major word for our environment, and in this respect, sustainability has gradually
Ma'am, just one request I want to make you, that our next session is from 4:30.
Okay.
So just take 5 minutes if you can and conclude your presentation in 5 minutes.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. Within 5 minutes, I finish my presentation. Okay. So already sustainability is a broad sense, and this sustainability depends on the various aspects: environmental, economic, political, social, and cultural process. Also with the major things today is the gender equality. The gender equality is a major part of the women. This woman is depends on the various important things on the different dimension of sustainability on the women. This different dimension of the sustainability is the first one is the social dimension. This social dimension is the major aspects, depends on the integration, no discrimination regarding the health. Second one is the economical. Economical aspects depends on the production capacity, on the innovation. And so how the depends on the environmental aspects and different resources and liable health and environment. So that the sustainable development in the present scenario in our world depends on the different dimension of gender. This different dimension is the first one is the social dimensions. Social dimension is depends on the various sub factors. This first one is the awareness raising and capacity building. Second one is the participation, is a different among the different aspects, seminar and also things or social activity, cultural acceptance, gender and equity considerations, ownership, affordability, improved livelihoods. And second one is the urban development dimensions. These urban development dimension depends on the various sub-factors. This sub-factor is the public health, environmental protection, natural resource management, land use management, poverty reduction, business employment. And third one is the cross-sectoral dimensions. This cross-sectoral dimension depends on the various sub-factors: water supply and drainage, solid waste management, housing, energy, transport, green air management, and also with the agriculture. These also some things depends on the sustainability, and these factors highly important for the gender. Next one is the women's sustainability. Women's sustainability is very important in our sustainability in our environment. This sustainability depends on the local area or people in different dimensions. Next one depends on the prosperity. Prosperity also not depends on the male, also depends on the females. Next one is the peace. Peace is the more useful things for the development of our environment, of this world, of our world. This peace depends on the both gender, male and female. Next one is the proper partnership. Proper partnership depends on the male and female. This male and female partnership, when is the suitable partnership, when is the positive social work is a presence, and on this partnership, on this peace and on this prosperity and on this people, there is depends on the peaceful planet, and this peaceful planet depends upon the sustainability. Next one is the change, is a major word. Change and chance. This change and chance depends on the flexible mind for our sustainability. It is also permission to change and chance for these women or also with the men, and chance for both men and women, and change on the basis of your time requirement, on the basis of your environmental requirement, on the basis of your basic life mobility, on the basic things of our environment. So for the short timings presentation, I conclude that the lives of significant portion of the population in any region is also depends on the environmental aspects. These environmental aspects supports the livelihood, especially on the women's lives, also with the male. For instance, more than 80% of rural households depends mainly on the different types of activities, which are the fundamental things for our mobility of our lives. The socially constructed differences between men and women are an important dimension on the basis of your exclusion and must tackled to achieve this sustainability. And this type of sustainability in our environment is also the decision making and bargaining power with the household and community effect of the extent of men and women and able to exploit resources. So for these motivations and decision making power that men and women have, unless they also the knowledgeable, liberable, financial resources necessary to adopt the practices, and these practices developed on the basis of your requirement, on the basis of your resource, and so sustainability is the proceed to our lives. So for this different dimension understanding on the basis of your gender, the specific constraints to adoption and how these may differ to men and women is the fundamental and ensuring things for our sustainability of our environment in today's world. Thank you so much for your patience. Is end of the day. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, if you can please stop your screen sharing. Sumanji?
Yes, Nandini madam, I'm here. In between for very few minutes, I lost the connection. So I'm sorry for that. I don't know what was the cause for that. This paper of Dr. Mita Havaldar from Kolkata, really in a very short period, in a very short time, she expressed each and everything, social, economical, and environmental development of women and different dimensions of women's sustainability. Of course, Madam Mita told about that they are equal partner, male and female, and change and chance, all the things were explained in a good way. Madam Mita, congratulations for your paper. And for the previous one, Dr. Mohan Singh Saggu, I must conclude for this paper also. Dr. Saggu also highlighted many points, violence against women and number of laws made for women's security in our country and at international level also. Average participation in both the houses of parliament and then of many problems, type of violence against women. So many causes were there. He expressed
83 million in 2001 to 75.84 million in 2011. Secondly, there is health and nourishment problem, educational opportunities, and child marriage. So far as health and nourishment problem is concerned, girls who are granted the right to be born are then denied the right to basic life sustaining nutrition and health. Educational opportunities, according to the data released by periodic labor survey 1819, the male literacy rate in Indian urban areas, that is 91.9%, outnumbers female literacy by 9.3%. Then there is the problem of child marriage and right to bodily autonomy. Violence against women, as we have seen in every society, despite the caste and creed, there is violence against women in every society and in every nation, especially in India. Dowry and bride burning is another problem that women are facing. Similarly, women in elderly age, they also face problem. And from dawn to dusk, women in working criteria, they also face challenges, and there are miscellaneous challenges on the socio-economic and political front that women face. Now, the initiatives taken by the government of India for empowerment. First of all, I have categorized and divided into initiatives to improve female work participation, which includes safety of women at workplace, working women's hostels. These have been established, female entrepreneurship, Prime Minister's Employment Generation Program, and National Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana, Soya Stri Swabhiman, and Nai Roshni schemes. Then initiatives to improve health of women. It includes National Health Mission, Integrated Child Development Services, Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao like schemes. And then the third type is initiatives for education, skilling and training of women, which includes National Policy for Skill Development and Entrepreneurship 2015, and support to training and employment programs for women, Vigyan Jyoti and Sukanya like schemes, and Project Cyber Shiksha, etc. Then lastly, it is initiatives for safety of women. She Box, CCP, WC, and Nirbhaya Fund have been raised. Sakhi One-Stop Center like schemes and women helpline schemes have been established. Swadhar Greh and Ujjwala scheme has been established for women. Then lastly, way forward. What is the way forward for us? An integrated approach is needed along with women-centric policy making, where women are not treated as passive beneficiaries, but are seen as potential contributors to society. Secondly, the political landscape and structures should facilitate women's participation as both voters and representatives. Thirdly, along with legislations like the Sexual Harassment of Women at Workplace Act 2013, Maternity Benefit Act, and social sensitization towards the issues of women is important. Besides, measures for increasing educational levels should be balanced with the creation of jobs, the development of responsible and sensitive workplaces, along with a positive change in the stereotypical gender roles. India, as we know, has shown a dedicated will to bring changes by pledging to the ideas of gender justice and women empowerment. However, only with constructive planning and comprehensive changes at various levels of society can the new emerging women be able to realize their complete potential in India. Manu Smriti has rightly quoted that where women are honored, divinity blossoms there. And wherever women are dishonored, all action, no matter how noble it may be, remains unfruitful. So empowering women is the key to our tomorrow, to our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dar. Wonderful presentation. I'm sure if we take forward all these schemes in a proper manner, women empowerment and women's in the Indian society will get benefit and get empowered as we all want to see. Thank you all. Again, next we have Ms. Tanushree Ghosh.
No, actually, ma'am, three of them are not present here. So the next presenter will be Paulami Chatterjee.
Paulami, okay. So we'll go over to the fifth presentation of the panel, Dr. Paulami Chatterjee. She's a freelance anthropologist. She'll be speaking on Central Women in Industrial Urban Setting. So I would like to welcome Dr. Paulami Chatterjee.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everybody. And especially, I would like to express my thanks to the organizer to give me the platform to present my research paper entitled The Santal Woman in Industrial Urban Setting. Can I share my screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Is it visible?
Yes.
Yes, it is visible.
Okay. My paper entitled is The Santal Woman in Industrial Urban Setting. And the present study is conducted among the Santals of Jamshedpur. And especially it is, I can say that it is conducted among the Santals of Birshanagar. It is one part of Jamshedpur Steel City. And we know that after independence, the government of India put emphasis on industrialization process, and the gigantic industrial sectors developed in mining areas. And these industrial sectors are mainly developed in tribal areas. So the tribals here get chance to mix with various people with different social and cultural backgrounds, and their lives have been affected by the contact with the alien people. And my objectives of the study is to explore the role of Santal women in their families in industrial urban milieu. Also, it is an attempt to assess how far industrialization and urbanization are able to render the Santal women a position in their traditional political organization and in the religious axis. Now, I'm coming to the demographic profile of the Santals of Birshanagar. If we go through the demographic profile, then we will find the sex ratio is 93.44 females per 100 males. If we go through the, now I'm skipping this marital status of the Santal for the time constraint. And directly I'm coming to the educational status of the Santals of Birshanagar. If we go through this table, then we will find that illiteracy rate is clearly more than men. Among illiteracy means that illiteracy rate of women is higher than men. Now coming to the occupational status of the Santals of Birshanagar. From this table, it is clear that
we can't see, it's so tiny image, we can't see this image.
Okay, I'm zooming it.
Come to the conclusion. Yeah.
Okay. Coming. Okay, then I'm coming to the next, that is the role of the Santal woman in a family. That what I found that education and job both are helping them to become distinct figures in their families, whereas unemployed women do not enjoy much liberty and they regard their husband as their masters. Generally, housewives do not take any decision alone. Either they take collective decisions with their counterparts, that is their husbands, or preference is given to husband's opinion. But they enjoy dominant position in their domestic affairs. The unmarried working women enjoy economic independence and also contribute their income to the families. Like their native places, the married women do not have any right of ownership of the father's property. The married women are found to imbibe upon the clan names of their husband. So the Santal think if they give their property to the married daughter, then it will be passed on to the other clan. So these restrictions are imposed on the married woman. It is also noticed at the time of necessity, married or widow women, if their fathers are alive or in the absence of the father, share the ancestral property, but ownership remains in the hand of father or brother. Now that Santal's woman role in religion, that still female members are not allowed to participate in any religious activities. That question is why that they think that during the menstruation period, the females become unclean. If a woman touches any ingredient during menstruation, it would become impure. It is difficult to us to identify the unclean woman. So to avoid this situation, they impose the restrictions on female members only. And another one thing is that in the day of name giving ceremony, that granddaughter gets the name of grandmother. That first granddaughter gets the name of paternal grandmother, and second granddaughter gets the name of maternal grandmother. Somehow they recognize the female line, though they are a patrilineal tribe. And in the day of the Makshim, they also worship the female ancestors along with their male ancestor. And if we look into the role of the female in the political sphere, then we will find that in Bishanagar, though it is an urban setup, they maintain the traditional council, but here there is no place for any female members. Interestingly, it is found that some female members are actively participating in political parties activities like Jharkhand Mukti Morcha. They regularly attend the rallies, meetings, and other agendas. But this urban setup still not yet give them any place in their traditional council. Though that wives of Maji means the headman of the village council, Jog Maji and Naike have the special status in their society. But they are prohibited to participate in the meeting. In conclusion, I can say that the impact of the industrialization and urbanization has been melting the outer layer of their society. Simultaneously, tradition prevents them to accept the elements of contemporary life to maintain the ethnic identity. Thus, industrialization and urbanization have not made radical impact on the position as well as role of the Santal women in their society. The changes are noticed among very less number of tribal people. Also in urban setup, the Santal women are still battling against restriction. Industrialization and urbanization are yet to render the woman a prominent position in the traditional political organization and religious axis. Now, I'm ending my presentation here. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Wonderful presentation. As it is very well said, a change starts from proper education, proper skill, and that's what brings in proper empowerment. Let's hope that slowly and steadily we move forward towards that. Our next speaker for the day is Dr. Ruchi Jain. She's an associate professor of the IIS Deemed to be University from Jaipur. Dr. Ruchi Jain.
Hello. Yeah, this is Dr. Anju Singh this side together with Dr. Ruchi Jain. There, I think she's unable to unmute herself. Maybe
no, ma'am. I am asking her to unmute, but she's not unmuting herself.
Yeah, I think, ma'am, she has called me. She was having some issue with her internet.
No issue, ma'am. I think you can.
I present? Yeah.
Yeah, and just yeah. Are you going to?
I will share the presentation.
Yes.
Maybe in between she'll be able to unmute herself.
No, actually, see, please ask me to unmute. Whenever she is comfortable, I will unmute herself. Okay.
Okay. Oh, okay. So I think she will message, drop a message. I mean, maybe it is audible to her at least.
Okay.
Yeah. So we can start without wasting time. I will share the screen. I think it is visible.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you for giving this opportunity, for giving this presentation. Today the topic is an assessment of financial attitude and financial behavior in context of gender equity in financial decision making using ANUVA approach. So if we talk about the topic, it is a very important discussion to take place, because financial literacy among women is one important road to empowerment. As per the reports of the UNA, that is the report related to the Sustainable Development Goal, it is important that there is gender equality and empowerment of women and girls. Women who make almost half of the population of India should be the drivers of economic growth, and it is imperative that they are empowered through their economic participation. The report of 2018 of the World Economic Forum states that India ranked 139th out of 144 countries, which is a 66% gap. Financial independence is an important factor which the government is also giving importance through the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, Mahila E-Heart, Sukanya Samriddhi Yojana, and an array of campaigns. However, there is still a gap at the macro level. So the present study aims to understand this. This study also has taken its background on the basis of the National Strategy for Financial Education goal of 2020-25, which aims to set up goals specifically for financial literacy. And in the action plan of this particular goal, they are focusing on developing financial literacy among everyone, including school children, in their curriculum, among teachers, among adults and women. On the basis of the survey which was conducted there, it was seen that there is a change in the financial literacy. The survey says that there were in 2013, if we talk about the females, the financial literacy was, financial education specifically was 16%, which has increased to 21% in 2019. And among male, the financial education was 23%, which has increased to 29%. Although the financial education gender-wise have increased, but still there is a gap between the male and the female. If we talk about financial literacy, these are the two parameters which we will be talking about today, that is the financial attitude and financial behavior. When we talk about financial attitude, it is the attitude which influences the decision of whether or not to act in a particular situation to achieve individual financial well-being. So in that context, females are thinking about their individual financial well-being. If we talk about the financial behavior, it is the assessment by individual actions and positive behavior concerning their financial situation. That neglectful behavior may lead to something that can have a negative effect and in the financial well-being of the country. So in the study, we have focused upon these two parameters of financial literacy, that is the financial attitude and the financial behavior. These are some of the review of literature which we have conducted. The study also considers the parameters which are being provided by OECD on financial literacy. About the statement of the problem, there is a strong characterization of women in the society as to be irrational and emotional in decision making. The society has transformed and the role of women has gone through a drastic conversion, yet women taking decision on financial and investment matters becomes a rare view. The present study explores the status of women on financial attitude and financial behavior and the reasons for not taking financial decisions themselves. The study emphasizes on the fact that gender equality in financial decision making is the need of the hour. Relevance of the study, because of the lack of time, I would move to the research methodology. Here we have variables, financial attitude and financial behavior, and we will be discussing about the financial decision making capacity. We have collected data from 396 female working women in the higher education sector of Rajasthan. Primary data collection through a self-designed questionnaire was done using OECD measurement scale of financial attitude and financial behavior. This is the research model in which we have analyzed financial attitude and financial behavior on the basis of parameters like financial attitude on the basis of financial capacity, saving attitude and financial planning. Financial behavior has been studied on the basis of managing credit, decision-making capacity and use of technology. So what we have done is we are analyzing that if the female is making decisions herself, her financial decision herself, then or the decision which the females makes related to the finances are not made by her but by others, including father, husband, mother, etc. And is there a difference in the financial attitude and behavior on the basis of the financial decision making capacity? That is, if I am making my own financial decision or anybody else is making my financial decision, does it make any difference in my financial attitude and financial behavior? So we have collected data on the through the 5-point Likert scale. And what is the measurement scale here? We have taken mean percentage for financial attitude 70% and mean percentage of financial behavior 68% on the basis of the criteria given in OECD. So high financial attitude and high financial behavior will be the scores above this mean value. So if I say that if I score more than 70%, mean value is more than 70%, that will be high financial attitude, and less than 70% will be low financial attitude. Similarly, financial behavior 68% above is a high financial behavior and below 68% is a low financial behavior. So these are the objectives. This is to find out if there is a statistical difference in the financial attitude and financial behavior on the basis of the financial decision-making capacity of women. We are also correlating the financial attitude and financial behavior. And also we are finding out the association between the 3 parameters. These are the statistical tools which we have used to analyze it. So very interestingly, we can look here. These are the parameters. If we look at the financial decision makers and the marital status, so very clearly we see that when there were 50 respondents who said that the father is making the financial decision, and out of which 32 were the female respondents. If we look at the category wherein decision maker is husband, that is 119 females said that the decision maker related to their finances were husband, and that includes 186 of the married women. If we look at the self category here, 46 females said out of all the decision makers, 46 female respondents said that they are making their own financial decisions, and 19 single females said that they are making their own financial decisions. So on the basis of this, very clearly we can see that most of the respondents out of the entire data, 396, the decision makers self are very few. We further categorize them on the basis of all the different parameters, like where the people, there were some people who said that they were not alone making the financial decision, they always took some help from somebody else. So we can always see the categorization over here, like mother and self, that I am also taking decision myself. 2.3% of the females are saying that they are making decision themselves, but they also take help from their mother. Very clearly, we can see that most of the females are taking help from their husbands and they are not making decisions themselves, even on the basis of the categorization. Why we did that? We wanted to see that in the decision making, even if it is made by husband, are they themselves involved in the decision making? Are they having any say? So we can very clearly see that 47.6% female didn't have any say in the financial decision making, and all these females were the working women. So if we look at the financial attitude and financial behavior of these working women, we can very clearly see that the females have a very high financial attitude. That is 79% of the females, of the total females, 396, they had 79% high financial attitude. If we look at the financial behavior, 51% had high financial behavior. But then again, most of them are making decisions. So this is the testing above the assumptions. We have tested the assumptions. I won't go on in this detail because of the lack of time. Now, when this is the hypothesis which we have tested, is there any significant difference in the financial attitude and financial behavior based on the financial decision-making capacity? So on the basis of the significance value, we can very clearly see that there is no difference in the financial attitude and the financial behavior of the females, whosoever makes the decision, even if they are themselves making the decision, or their parents or their husband is making a financial decision, their financial attitude and financial behavior remains the same. As we have already described, that 79% of the females had high financial attitude and 51 have financial behavior high, which means that some of them are still dependent on the decision making on their husband. And the economic goal cannot be completed if we do not give financial independence to the females to make their own financial decisions. So there are various factors, responsible for not them making the decision. There can be some dilemmas in themselves. There can be some psychological and socio-cultural reasons. There can be some other reasons as well. So if we look at the correlation values, we can see that it is a significant correlation value of financial behavior and financial attitude. They are both correlated, and there is a modality between the two. Yes, ma'am. I will just...
Dr. Anju, I would request you to, please conclude it in a minute.
Yeah, I will conclude in a minute. This is the very, very important finding also, which I would quote, and I will then conclude in a minute. So this table shows the financial attitude, which we can here see that if the female is making financial decision herself, there are 6.9% high financial attitude, and the decision making others, those who are making those who are not making financial decision themselves, then that category also we can see that there are 79.9% of the females are having high financial attitude. Similarly, here also what we can see is decision if made by self or others, the financial behavior remains high. It is more than it is 59% when self is making the decision, and it is 47% if not self is making the financial decision. So on the basis of this, we can conclude that this evidence shows that financial decision making capacity may differ, and it is differing a lot. There is a large gap in the financial decision making capacity, but still the financial behavior and the financial attitude of the working women remains same. Therefore, we need to understand and move in order to complete that goal of the economy to achieve financial literacy. The financial inclusion goal cannot be completed if we are not able to work on this particular parameter, wherein we are building confidence among women, creating awareness among women, and so that they can take their own financial decisions. If we are moving towards the decision of creating financial and investment goals of the economy, if we want to accelerate the economy, then we also need to create financial education. Various programs are to be required, which are to be run. The small habit of saving which women have, I have recently read a study which said that female generally have the habit of saving, small saving. They focus more on that. But if we focus on this study, we are clearly seeing that their financial attitude and behavior is not less than that of male. So why not they make their own financial decisions so that they will actually feel empowered and they will be having financial independence in the true sense. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Anju Singh, for highlighting the financial matters. Our next speaker, I would like to welcome Dr. Sangeeta Angom. She is an assistant professor at the National Institute of Educational Planning and Administration, NEPA, New Delhi. Dr. Sangeeta Angom.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I would like to share my. Can you see my slide? Hello?
Not yet.
No, okay, just 1 second. Okay, I'm not able to do it. Select a window. Okay, I got it. Share. Can you see? Hello. Yes. I hope you'll be able to see. Can you see, madam?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, thank you once again for giving me this opportunity. I'm going to speak about rethinking Indian higher education, gender equity concern. I will not go much in detail about the introduction, but then I just want to highlight the background and the focus of my paper. Gender is an integral component of every aspects of the economy, social, daily, and the private lives of the individuals and societies, and of the different roles ascribed by the society to man and woman. Globally, for several years now, government and development agencies have given top priority to gender issues in development planning and policies. Issues relating to the promotion of gender equity in higher education has been one of the most debated topics. In India, gender equity concerning resource access and allocation as well as opportunities for social and economic advancement has been the prominent item on the agendas of New Education Policy 2020. Taking into consideration the privatization phenomena in the country, though it has a positive impact on higher education in many aspects, concerns are raised that privatization harm education equity due to overemphasis on higher education as a tradable commodity. This can further discuss in terms of their market-oriented courses and higher fee structure. Furthermore, lack of policy measures towards mushrooming growth of private higher education and commercialization of higher education, especially the professional courses, are becoming important factor for social exclusion rather than facilitating social inclusion in the country. In this background, my presentation will be divided into three parts. In the beginning, I will try to understand the gender equity issue in higher education in India at a larger extent. Second, I will try to explore private higher education in the context of inclusion and equity. Third, NEP 2020 and its implication on bridging the gender gap. The paper is mostly based on the secondary sources with limited primary sources. First of all, let us try to understand the landscape of Indian higher education. Currently, we all know that we are having the largest system next to China and US. I'm talking about the higher education. We have around 993 universities, around 39,931 colleges, and 10,725 standalone institutions. And also there are around 16 universities which are exclusively for women. A number of colleges, private colleges managed by the private agencies are more in number, that is around, more than 70%. Enrollment in the colleges also, you will see that only the government colleges enrollment is having around 33.6%. Enrollment in the university, if you like to compare between the public and the private, then we find that state public universities having the largest number of student enrollment, that is 31.9. The system has been expanded unprecedentedly since independence, but however, we are facing a lot of issues relating to access, equity, and inequality. So now let us try to understand gender gap in enrollment. Male-female enrollment ratio, the ratio of male is higher than the female, almost every level except MPhil, PG, and certificate. So student enrollment at UG level has 51% male and 49% female. Diploma has skewed distribution with 66.8 male and 33.2 females. PhD level has also like the representation of female is still low, that is only 43.82. At postgraduate diploma, student enrollment is 54.09, that is for the male student, but however for female is 45.91. We also try to see the statewide data. The relatively higher share of male enrollment is found among the female, and that is also across, across the level in most of the states. And also from this table, I'm trying to, make a comparison between the state public university and state private university enrollment share of female. Enrollment share of female across various levels is lower than the male in these universities, except at MPhil level. In the state private university, the lowest share of female enrollment is found at PG diploma level, while in the state public university, lowest share of female enrollment is found at diploma level. Percentage share of SC, ST, OBC, PWD, and Muslim in enrollment at the university between the two type of the university, what we also observe is that female enrollment percentage is low across all the social groups in both the university, with exception of enrollment percentage of OBC in state public university. Further, female share of enrollment is highest with ST students at private university, while it is highest with OBC students at state public universities. A particular university, this is from one of my empirical, based on the empirical data, one of the universities in MP, I was trying to find out the enrollment trend. So what I found is that for the last 4 years, except for MTech, the share of female enrollment is still low in the sample university. So from this particular table, number 5, what we found is that courses which are having high level of fee structure attracts more male students. Another dimension is that female teacher in higher education. So out of total 14.2 lakh teachers in the country in 2018-19, 42.15 are the female teachers. So in female representation in the teacher community is still low in comparison with the male. The lowest gender proportion is recorded in Bihar, where a female to male ratio is 1:4, which in percentage term is 78.97 for the male and only 21.03 for the female teachers. A few states like Kerala, Punjab, Haryana, Chandigarh, Meghalaya, Nagaland, Delhi, and Goa, on the other hand, have more female teachers than the male teachers. So if you try to also understand and the number of teachers at the university, college, and standalone institutions, what we also found is that the share of female is still low in case of these 3 type of the institutions. On female per 100 male teachers, there are 58 teachers at university level, 76 and 71 female teachers per 100 male teachers at colleges and standalone institutions, respectively. From this table number 6, I also try to find out percentage share of female teachers into these 2 type of the universities. So what we observe is that share of female faculties at professor and associate professor level is lower than at the assistant professor level in both the universities. So that means that women's share at the higher level of teaching profession like professor and associate is still low in both the universities. Another one is that percentage share of female teachers category wise in 2 type of the university. Here also share of female teachers in all the categories lower than male in case of the public universities, while the share of female teachers is higher than the male for ST category in private universities. Female share for non-teaching staff, even if you look at the figure for women representation non-teaching staff, more male is still male. You'll find more male members in each of the group of teaching staffs. Non-teaching staff, sorry. So few observations on the gender issues. From the above discussion, it is observed that gender imbalances is found in student admission, teacher recruitment, and also, I'm not discussing here much about the scholarship, but when we also look at the scholarships schemes provided by the government of India and also some of the private sectors, you'll find that there are a very few number of scholarships exclusively for the female. So gender imbalances is also seen in terms of student enrollment in private university. This may be depending on the subject offer and the fee levied. Based on the empirical data, it is understood that courses offered in the Faculty of Technology and Engineering Studies, Faculty of Management Studies with high level of fee structure attracts more male students, while courses offered in faculties like law, education, pharmacy, medicine are the area which women either outnumber men or equal number with men. So it is also evident that high fee structure in private institution creates an equity issue for low income students besides the gender, the female. Most of the beneficiaries of various scholarship schemes for PG, UG, and PhD of the government are mostly male students. This is recently we have also conducted one, evaluations scheme, evaluation study on the UGC scholarship. So that is what we found. Most of the beneficiary are the male students. So under the scholarship or freeship are mainly for the subjects like engineering and management, and are also given merit base and also to the low income students. So beside this, there are corporate scholarship in the loan, while only academically brilliant will be able to access this scholarship. It is doubtful if the average but financially needy students will be able to receive any of these scholarship, since academic excellence is the principal criteria used for selection. This is not only, an issue for the female, but also for the economically students coming from economically disadvantaged section of the society. So since it is only on the merit, like even though the students who wants to pursue education, most importantly at the higher education level and also in the private institution, this is a big issue. If they are not that brilliant, then they will not get the opportunity to get those scholarships. Further, student loan make little contribution to either the efficiency or equity of higher education in India. That is true. Private universities are also providing financial assistance in the form of scholarship, but given to the students on the basis of merit in many cases. So there hardly any scholarship for the female students. Finally, what we can also try to see how we can improve, like we know that in NEP 2020, there is a particular section, chapter 14 on equity and inclusion in higher education. So reflecting on that, what I found is that how we can bridge the gender gap. Some of the important agenda of this particular policy for eradicating gender imbalances in higher education, like institutes to ensure sensitization of faculty, counselor, and students on gender equity issue and its inclusion in all aspects of education institutions, including curricula, or make curricula more inclusive, making admission process more inclusive, providing more financial assistance and scholarship to socio-economically disadvantaged students, including women. Further, enhance gender imbalances in admission to higher education institution. This is also one of the agenda of the NEP. So if we can implement properly, then we can, I think we can bridge the gap. Further, the policy will specifically concentrate on the educational upliftment of underrepresented socioeconomic and socio-cultural group and facilitate additional scholarship and fellowships. Equity consideration will also be taken care of while selecting the members of board of governors. This will, enhance the number of administrator, and also it will give a kind of, opportunity to the female or the woman for in the decision making level. I mean, like if they are becoming more be the member of the highest decision making body of the university, then more voices of the female can be heard at the highest decision making, any kind of decision taken at the higher level in the university level. Further, higher education institutions have to have strictly enforce all no discrimination and no harassment rules. So in the conclusion, we know that access to higher education has expanded dramatically over the last decade in the country. However, equity has not. The private sector institutions have absorbed the excess demand for higher education in the country. However, the participation of women is much better in public higher education in comparison with the participation in the private sector. It has been also learned that expanded access to higher education by private sector alone does not fully address the issue of equity. Ultimately, equality and participation in higher education, especially for the courses such as engineering management, by both the gender, is closely related to educational, social, and economic conditions beyond higher education. And at the course of education in private institution must be addressed to enroll. Sorry. to enroll those students from low-income group. Nevertheless, meaningful partnership between the public-private sector is important for providing access, equity, quality higher education. And lastly, we need to look for successful implementation of NAP agenda for equity and inclusion in higher education in all the possible way. Thank you so much for your kind attention. Your suggestions are welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Sangeeta, for the wonderful presentation. Thank you. Our next speaker is Amreen Nahida. She's a research scholar at the University of Calcutta. Amreen.
Good evening, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
I'm having a network issue, ma'am. Yes. Sorry for the disturbance. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present my paper. I'm going to share it. Is it visible? No. Is my presentation visible?
Yes. Amreen, it is not visible. I think you are facing some internet issue. Amreen, it is not visible at all. I think she left, so we can go with the next presentation.
Okay, I believe our next two speakers are not visible right now, Dr. Sudha Mittal and D.E. Soumya. So I would go to the presentation number 11, Dr. Navneet Saini, Assistant Professor in Sociology, Guru Nanak College, Shri Mukhtar Sahib. Dr. Navneet Saini.
Navneet, please.
Haji ma'am, Haji, sure ma'am. Myself Navneet Saini, Dr. Navneet Saini. The topic of my discussion is gender violence and security, a case study of battered women. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, you are.
Thank you, ma'am. Gender, as we all know, it is considered as a significant consideration in the path of development. So we are all well aware with the fact that there are majority of women, they live in poverty as compared to men. So this dilemma of gender security, I think it can be understood with the notion of which we call as feminization of poverty, because it represents the link between the biases that exist against the women and in the escalation of poverty. So I'm trying to make the picture more clear by covering some of the facts that I found within my study. I interviewed around 50 women within the Shri Mukhtar Sahib just to explore their views, their perception about gender security. As we all know that gender is considered as a prime identity that contributes to the societal framework in which the implication and exercise of security unfolds. So gendering human security, it depicts how the different needs of people which are related to security, it is reorganized within the society in according to definite groups, which mirrors the feminist explanation of individuals' relational independence. And further, it indicates that human security is not individual, but social security when gendered. So taking into account various arguments and the power, how the women, they are always dominated and the women, they are forced within to remain always within the gender boxes. There were two main objectives. First was to explore the issues related to security through a gender lens. And the second one was to assess a group of case studies of gender violence. So when a total of 50 married women in their reproductive age group, in between the age group of 18 to 48 years of age, when they were interviewed, in different villages of Shri Muktsar Sahib, some of the conclusions came up on this sensitive topic, where I found that there was so much of domestic violence and there was no room of security for these women. So in this study, in this research, which I conducted within the villages of Shri Muktsar Sahib, violence was measured as a tool which was frequently used by the men to keep the women into their gender boxes. And this tool was found to be employed by the men quite often within the familial settings. And it's spotted to have a strong association with the men's sense of privilege to exercise definite masculine rights. And these privileges further range from having household tasks carried out for them to maintaining sexual relationship according to their choice. So in this way, domestic violence, according to rural women, was like for not accepting, when the women, they were not ready to accept those subjugated position within the family. So it was linked with the men's sense of right to approve those subjugated roles. So any kind of disappointment from the side of women in performing these tasks suitably compels the men to discipline the wife by using violence of this kind. So a large number of informants within this study, they have claimed the practice of violent behavior in their daily lives. So the results clearly revealed within this study that violence has become an integral part of rural women. So then how can we talk about security and protection for a woman when the home itself is not at all safe? So my findings further revealed that existence of violence, which was found in the form of insecurity within those rural women, and illiteracy, they were significantly correlated with each other. So illiteracy was found to be a contributing factor for perpetuating violence against women within the family. It was perceived within this study that unaware women living in villages of rural Punjab, they leads a very isolated life with no means of pay in hand, being illiterate and undertaking hard labor within the four walls of home, and their work, it often goes unpaid, unrecognized. So this lack of information, the failure to recognize the significant realities, and there was no knowledge about the rights, no knowledge about the safety procedures. Moreover, the patriarchal attitudes, they are creating a kind of particular traditional mindset for the women, where there is no room for security, there is no room available for the women progress. Moreover, these women are trained to be submissive, and moreover, unhappily to say that they are always sexually available to their husband at all times. So some of the women, they were found that they think that violence or insecurity, when it is used by the husband, it is a kind of right and obligation for a man to use against women. So we can say that these are the women, these are those unfortunate women who are leading an unhappy married life within those corners of their home where there is no security. So in this way, a number of narratives were recorded within the study, and it was found that these women, they do not have any control over their own bodies, over their desires, no decision making within their hands. Their only role is to cook, to please their husband, or to do any other job, whatever the family member says. So the study proves that the family members have the land ownership, they make all the agricultural decisions, and women, they possess limited or lower bargaining positions in the household, and their power of making decisions is often restricted, and you can say it is almost limited to childcare concerns and household chores. Factors that aggravate the low bargaining position of women, it consists of high age gap between the spouses, which strengthens the already prevailing gender differences and cultural factors that exist within these villages. And it also underestimates the women's lower level of education and moreover their economic independence. So in this way, it was found within the study, and when all the narratives were analyzed properly, it was found that the occurrence of domestic violence in the family, it is a highly gendered activity, and it is destroying the women's, especially the rural women's, inner strength. And she is afflicted in multiple ways, like psychologically, physically, economically, socially, sexually, and all the ways. So body is a kind of biggest burden for the women, especially the rural women, and the burden of safeguarding her body, even in the intimate relationship, it takes a toll. The idea is clear that women is not at all safe inside the house. So the conclusion is that security is just a notion which has a substantial impact and a practical relationship within the contemporary world. But security or its absence in present society extremely and insistently disturbs rural women's day-to-day lives. The present study and the research, they clearly reveals that women are constantly excluded from the process of decision making related to the security of their atmosphere, their bodies, and whenever it comes to their lives within this contemporary times. So the gender-based exclusions that came out in the study from security discourses and practices, they are not rare or exclusive. Actually, the way people act, think, and behave in a particular environment, they are influenced by their own cultural, social, and political context. So it's also supports their anticipated role for both men and women also. So my message is just that this violence that is there against the women within their homes, it is a kind of biggest threat to human security. And if we really want to achieve security, happiness, and prosperity within the lives of the rural women, then I think we should work on realizing or raising the capabilities of women. Only then we would be able to achieve gender equality, security, and participation, thereby making this world a better place to live. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Navneet. And thank you for pointing and highlighting the security issues of women at home, be it in village or in urban areas. Moving on, our next speaker for the day is Dr. Akanksha Srivastava, an associate professor at the School of Education, Sharda University, and Dr. Disha Maheshwari, assistant professor at the Sharda University. Dr. Akanksha. Or Dr. Disha. Dr. Akanksha.
Please, ma'am, unmute yourself and speak.
Thank you so much. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you are.
So thanks a lot. This is Dr. Akanksha from Sharda University. And I cannot see my co-host, right? Like my co-author over there, Dr. Disha. So, she's trying to share the screen. I hope she's also unmuted, ma'am. Is Dr. Disha unmuted, ma'am?
Not visible, ma'am. She mute herself. I am sending her request to unmute.
Good evening, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Please let me know when my screen is visible. I've shared it.
Yes, ma'am. It's visible.
Okay.
Please continue.
So, Dr. Akanksha and I are going to present our paper on narrative inquiry into experiences of gender harassment at workplace. Just 1 second, my screen is loading. And I think we are placed very well after Navneet ma'am, because we are also using narrative inquiry as a method. And she also talked about the use of narratives in her research work and how they brought about the issues of domestic violence, body, and ownership of one's body. So in today's presentation, we are going to talk about gender harassment at workplace. And we talk about that gender harassment is not limited to sexual abuse, sexual harassment, but everyday experiences of sexist behavior are a part of gendered harassment as well. Is my screen visible?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. It's loading. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Right. Now it's visible.
So the objectives of our study is to give a voice to the experiences of sexist behavior in the academia. A lot of times we experience certain behaviors which are unsettling, which are unacceptable to us, but we don't find a channel to voice out those experiences. So this research paper is also based on our agenda of voicing out those experiences. Through this, we have tried to co-construct the shared nature of our experiences. By our, I mean mine and Dr. Kanksha Srivastav, and by shared nature, we mean the shared in the sense that we both experienced sexist behavior at the workplace, not only as faculty members, but also as early researchers, while working within the higher education sector in different universities. All right. We also explored the therapeutic nature of autobiographical narrative inquiry, while we explored the contextual and personal nuances of experiences of sexist behavior. Now, this study is situated within the post-structuralist paradigm, and by that we mean that we understand that experiences are subjective in nature and their interpretations alongside are subjective as well. They may vary from one individual to another. That is why our focus is on individual experiences of sexist behavior. Secondly, we situate our paper within the social constructionist paradigm. That is, our reality, our understanding of the world around us is socially constructed, which is in lines with the post-structuralist paradigm. And thirdly, we have used the concept of hegemonic feminities, which was developed by Mimi Shippers in 2006, where she talks about how certain type of femininities are acceptable social behaviors as compared to some other types of femininity. So what is rejected, what is accepted, what is an accepted form of being a woman is what is seen as within the mainstream. So that is what is called hegemonic femininities. And there are three aspects of hegemonic femininities. The one is the body image. We'll explore that in our presentation. The second is fragile bodies. So a body which is beautiful, which follows the certain standards of the social norms in terms of beauty. Secondly, fragile bodies, weak or docile body is seen as something which is, which takes mainstream within social construction of a woman's identity. And thirdly, being submissive and passive. We'll see how these three aspects of hegemonic feminities become ingrained in our identities as women and are forced upon us, even if they do not, even if when we do not agree with them. Okay, so we've used narrative inquiry here, since we believe that autobiographical narratives would be a good method to research lived experiences. So through narratives, we have explored our own experiences and tried to locate our consciousness, and tried to critically reflect upon those experiences as well. It is through narrative inquiry that these subjective experiences of sexist behavior and discrimination were brought to front, and we could reflect upon how we construct our identities. Our identities in terms of what is our workplace identity, our social identity. And narrative inquiry also allowed us an opportunity to make sense of the process of identity construction as women, as professionals, as as teachers in the higher education system, through a reflective process of internal dialogue. Okay, I request my co-author, Akanksha ma'am, to take up and explain the next slide, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Desha. And this is about the narrative that I have used for this paper. But I'll like to start with the very first quote that is mentioned here, that women are challenged in academia to have their identities valued and to feel comfortable within its patriarchal system. I like to highlight the word identities being used here, like different type of identities, they cross each other when we are talking about women in academia. And of course, this patriarchal system, we are a part of patriarchal system, and that is very much evident with this conference being organized, taking this gender concept. And that makes it all more necessary to make this change acceptable, that we have to move from this type of system to some other system. Now, as Dr. Disha has talked about narrative inquiry, so this narrative inquiry is basically a therapeutic research method that facilitates problematization of accepted sexist behavior in our social surroundings. I'll admit that once we decided to write this paper in narrative form, with the initial decisions, my first reaction was that I have never experienced any such sexist behavior during my academic career. But for this paper, when I revisited my past and I tried to recollect those experiences, I was surprised that all those incidences were so much alive. They were breathing in my subconscious, but I was never aware of their presence over there. And once I revisited all those things, they started just popping out and coming. And the thing was that initially I was perplexed that I don't have any incidents to quote. But when I visited my past, I was surprised that now which incidents to quote. I have so many incidences that I have witnessed, which are actually the sexist remarks, which are actually the sexist behavior that I have undergone. But because being a woman, taking these sexist behavior as a normal thing is so ingrained in us that we never try to introspect, we never try to call out such problematic behaviors. So this incidence, because of lack of time, I'll not be taking the incidents in detail, but the incidence is all about questioning me, doubting my qualification, doubting my achievements, and just forcing me to believe that whatever I have achieved, whatever I have accomplished, it's not at all because of my hard work or because I'm worth it. It is just because either because of luck or because I am born with a beautiful, that they call beautiful, a beautiful female body, and that is why only I have accomplished whatever position I am there at today. So this incidence and reflecting on this incidence, that really gave me this, once I started penning down this incidence, it gave me a sort of catharsis. It acted as a sort of something which gave my feelings, my latent, my hidden feelings, the feelings that I myself, because of these things that we are taught to behave, this reality that is constructed around us, that has forced me to just take these things deep inside and just hid them, just shut the box and never to bring them up. But bringing them up has taught me that we need these incidences to be voiced. We need them to come up. We need to speak about these incidences. And this is because I understood, I feel that these feelings that were there, the feelings that were created by these sexist behavior, they have impacted my understanding and the construction of the social reality, the way I think, the way I feel, and moreover, the way I have started perceiving myself, that all has been affected by those incidences which I took normally till I was writing this paper. And today, talking about them, giving a voice to these experiences as a woman in academia, I take it as an opportunity to make this sexist behavior more visible, so that these incidences, they don't go unheard, and we do not have to negate one type of identity to establish our other type of identity. Like I want to celebrate me being a woman, I want to celebrate me being an academician, I want to celebrate myself as a woman in academia. Why I have to compromise either being an academician or being a woman? Why can't I be both? So this is what we need to bring forth. And again, one very important thing that we wanted to bring forth is, when we are talking about narrative inquiry, when we are talking about sharing our such behaviors, our experiences of having experienced sexist behavior, what we need is to understand that we need not to project ourselves as victim. We are not a victim. We have to project ourselves as a survivors in that, and as somebody who setting up a stage for others, a platform for others, we never know that our any experience, our any shared experience can act as a spark in somebody's else life. It can give courage, it can give warmth to somebody else to make their experiences also heard. Because for me, I believe that sexual harassment is just not only sexual harassment, it is actually sexual terrorism that is going on. So we'll be dealing with this, our experiences in detail in our paper. And I like to request Dr. Disha to come over to her narrative.
Thank you, Kankana. So we found in our analysis that sexist comments were used constantly by other faculty members to police certain behavior. What one was wearing, how one looked, one's hairstyle, one's makeup were sometimes more important than one's academic rigor or one's intellectual ability. So the body was of the academician, the body of the female researcher, the body of the woman academician, the female teacher, was constantly sexualized in order to dismiss her intellectual ability. So therefore, there was this emerging discourse of body image, which was present in both our narratives and was there in various incidences of sexist behavior. We found that there was reinforcement of socially acceptable gender identity. So on the one hand, in hegemonic femininity, having a beautiful body, having a well-defined body is seen as a virtue, whereas in the academia, having those same traits are seen as regressive, as an indicator of
Disha
having
ma'am,
low
sorry to
flexibility. Yes,
interrupt. Maybe Dr. Rani ma'am is trying to say something.
Okay.
Dr. Disha.
Yes.
Kindly conclude that we have only.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. We'll wrap it up. Okay, so we could see that through our analysis that women's workplace identity is constructed and reconstructed as outside the image of the successful academician who's traditionally depicted as male. So one has to be less of a woman in order to be more of an academician, was something that came out in our analysis. So we quickly come to a discussion, and the first 2 points will be taken by Akanksha ma'am.
Please unmute yourself, ma'am.
Thank you so much. And because of this positive time, I like to come to this imposter syndrome. This is something that when as a women in academia, we are forced to believe that whatever we have accomplished is not because of our work. We are scared to internalize our own accomplishments, and we are forced to feel like that whatever we have achieved is just because of this body, because of some luck or something. So this is what generally develops in women in academia, this imposter syndrome, and we need to overcome this syndrome. Now over to you, Dr. Disha.
Okay, we also found that academia, which is seen to be a very polished space for intellectuals, for like-minded people, was actually a gendered, hierarchical, institutional place where the work identity of the woman is constantly associated with hegemonic femininity, where sexist comments are used to dismiss the professional competence, the intellectual ability of the woman in the academia, and therefore it's indirectly indicating that professional competence cannot be seen in combination with hegemonic femininity. So through our paper, we have challenged that, and it has allowed us, this paper was also an outlet for us to discuss the issues of sexist behavior, our experiences of sexist behavior, and the shared natures of these behaviors, these experiences that both of us as faculty members have, experienced in our work life, in our work at the different universities. So we'll wind up our presentation with those words, and thank you for giving us an opportunity to share our experiences of sexist harassment, of gender harassment in the workplace, and to discuss the co-construction of identity as a woman and as an academician.
Thank you, Dr. Akanksha and Dr. Disha. I would like to call upon our next speaker, Ruth, my Assistant Professor, National Law University. Are you in?
Okay.
Yes.
May I share my screen? May I be allowed to share my screen?
Yes, ma'am, sure.
Right. Okay, so good evening. It's quite late now. Chairpersons and panelists. Well, first of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for this opportunity, because my main motive of presenting this particular paper is because I wanted to bring into limelight in this kind of platform the actual existence of this evil crime in the state of Manipur, which is one of the interior part of Indian state. So this crime has been deeply rooted in the state, but the problem is it never bring into limelight because of the mode or the natures of how it's being carried out. So I would like to take this opportunity to bring this problem to let the entire world know that this crime has been committed or carried out in a very sophisticated, hidden manner. And also, if I may be allowed, I have reframed, since my topic, unless a person read the content, may be confused with the heading. So if I may be allowed, I have reframed my topic in this manner to make it more concise. So the topic is an overlooked transnational human trafficking in the state of Manipur and plight of the youth. So now the main contributing factor is because of the youth, how the youth are being forced to indulge or forced to be trapped in this web of transnational human trafficking. So therefore, after reading my paper, a person could understand or could, grasp the plight of the youth. But even today, in today's presentations, I would be highlighting how they are considered to suffer and end up trapped or entangled in this particular crime. Well, since the topic itself is transnational crime and trafficking, it's important to at least have a glimpse or an idea about what is this transnational crime and what is trafficking in human. So the term transnational crime, for the first time, it was coined by the United Nations in 1970, even though the practice was already in existence. But in 1970, when the United Nations wanted to identify this type of crime which is organized in nature and in which involved or affected not more than one country, or which took place in more than one country, that was the time this term was coined by the United Nations. And then in 1995, for the first time, they have identified numerous crime which fall within the ambit or which have the natures of transnational crime. So in that identified crimes, human trafficking is also considered to be one of this transnational crime nature, because it is an offense which whose inceptions, preventions, or direct or indirect effect involve more than one country. And now, narrowing it down to the state of Manipur, how the crime took place, why is it transnational in nature, and why it's never come into limelight is because the victims are from the state of Manipur and they are being transported to some other country, neighboring country, especially in Southeast Asian country like Singapore or Malaysia. They were being transported there, and then they were asked to work there for a certain bonded labor period. So that is how the human trafficking nature which took place in the state of Manipur is transnational in nature. And when we talk about human trafficking, since this is a international platform, I have relied on the definitions given by United Nations in Article 3, Clause A of United Nations Protocols to prevent, suppress, and punish trafficking in person, especially in women and children. In that articles, they have clearly identified or defined what trafficking in human is all about. And then why do I coin this particular definitions? Because the mode of this human trafficking which took place in the state of Manipur, it is totally more of like a voluntary in nature. However, for human trafficking, as per the definitions of this Article 3 Clause A of this United Nations Protocol, consent is immaterial. So in the state of Manipur, maybe because they are helpless, or they were put in such a situations that they have to end up for these types of rape, but even then also it will still amount to human trafficking, because looking at the definitions of human trafficking, consent is immaterial. So now I'm not going to take much time here. I have prepared just 2 more slides. So we'll directly jump into the contributing factors. What triggers this you to end up in this, or fall in these types of crime? To understand it, first contributing factor is the geographical structure or landscape of the state of Manipur, where it's being located. So the state of Manipur is surrounded by neighboring district of India, that is like from the west it is sharing neighbor with Assam, and north with Nagaland, and then in the southwest it is with Mizoram. So that is not the issue here, but the issue arise because the entire eastern borders of Manipur share with Myanmar, which is in other country, right? So this sharing border, this is not the end. What happened is, we don't have a stringent law where if a person have to cross this border, do we even have a law? We don't even have a law. A person can just cross this neighbor, especially before the pandemic happened. People can just come back in the evening. There is no visa requirement. So that is one contributing factors why people are sent to some other country easily without any law and order restrictions, because of the landscape. That is one contributing factor. So the other factor is, of course, when we talk about human trafficking, and then what do you think would a person would fall in this type of trap? Because of course social economic conditions. So what affect the social economic economic conditions of a person? It is like earning, right? So when you don't have a job opportunity, or when there's a shortage of job itself in the state, then of course how can a person's socio-economic conditions can be improved, or how can they live a life of proper standard? That is one factor. So job opportunity, now why is so much of job opportunity, so much of shortage of job opportunity in the state? Because of the corruptions which is very much prevalent in the state. That means the officials are indulged in corruptions. Just to central job is a bit easier, but when it comes to state job, you need to buy the job literally. So that means the person who have the money could buy the job, right? So the poorer sections who require job could not buy the job because they don't have money. So
can you hear me?
Yes.
Kindly conclude your talk.
Yes, I'll conclude in 2 minutes. Yeah. So that is one contributing factors. And then people are unaware of the mode of human trafficking, how it's being carried out. So they are not aware that they are into, like they fall in the trap of trafficking, because they don't know this trafficking is a crime, because they are totally lacking awareness. So that is also one contributing factor. And then on top of that, we have militancy, and then there is a conflict of ethnic, that means one tribe against another. They kill each other's, they burn down each other's house. So that increase another problem. It is an add-on problem because of those burning house and leaving people in a state of destitute and distress, and then they don't have, that leads to more of poverty again. So these are the contributing factors. So despite the fact that they are educated enough, but then they did not get job. And the other contributing factor is because of the myth that the young people thought that, even the irony of the state is that they are very much educated enough. However, there is a myth which is that if you work in foreign country, then your social economic status will be uplifted. So this myth also trigger young people being educated also to fall into this trap, because when this agent thought convince them to travel to some other country who are ready to expenses all the traveling allowances and everything. So that makes them believe, and then after that they end up signing a bond for few years. Within that time period they will not get paid, so they end up being suffer in some other country. So these are how they end up to be in to fall in such trap. Now, how is this mode of crime carrying out? It is a multi-layer organizing agent. That means some agents are like based in the state of Manipur, the others agents are based in the state of other destinations like Singapore. So the agent in Manipur, they convince the people who are in these destitute conditions especially, and then preferably they targeted educated young people. So they convinced them, and then they told them that we will give you a job and then you don't have to worry about everything, we will take all the responsibilities. So that is how they got convinced, and then that is how they are being transported by the neighboring country, that is through Myanmar, or if they are ready to stage as traveling in a proper manner, then they will transport them by air. So that is the whole mode of carrying out the crime. Now the remedy we need is here. In India, we have a substantial law with regards to human trafficking, but the problem is that nobody is, people fail to address this issue because the victim itself, they don't want it to be addressed a victim. So that is the reason why they are never included in the data of human trafficking. So that is one reason. And then the other reason is, in India, we don't have a stringent law regarding to cross-border stuffing. That means if a person wanted to go and work in some other country, mode of, at that time, like what is the process of interviewing them? So why we are lacking this stringent law? That means a stringent law with regards to cross-border stuffing. So, and then the state of Manipur is very much in outward, like in the interior part of the India. So what we need is that it is very much underdeveloped. So if development could be uplift, and then if corporate sector are more set up out there, that means there will be infusions of employment. If there is more employment, then this type of crimes could be easily eradicated. And then if the other thing is that if the officials, government, if there's a law which totally prevent indulging of any kind of bribe, and if there is a law at all also, if we could more effectively enforce such law, then in that case this crime could be eradicated. So that's all my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth Wi-Fi. Our next presenter for the day is Dr. Anjum Ara Shamim, Assistant Professor, University of Kashmir, and Imran Ahmed Khan, PhD Scholar, University of Kashmir. Dr. Anjum Ara Shamim. Dr. Anjum.
Hi, this is Imran. Good evening to everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah, I'm presenting the paper. Who are two authors, Dr. and with supervisor. So I am presenting the paper on the topic is which we are discussing here is violence against women in the.
Please on your camera if it is possible. It will be more, yeah. Thank
Fine.
you.
Okay. Violence against women. Violence affects the lives of millions of women worldwide in all socio-economic and educational classes. It cuts across cultural and religious barriers, impeding the rights of women to participate fully in society. Violence against women takes a dismaying variety of forms, from domestic abuse and rape to child marriage and against circumstances. All are violations of most fundamental human rights. In the platform for action, the core document for Beijing conference, government has declared that violence against women constitutes a violation of basic human rights and is an obstacle to achievement of objectives of equality, development, and India is the most dangerous place for women in the world. This revolution by a whole survey of future, Thompson Foundation is a sad comment on the state of affairs of women in our country. The sadder fact is that it took a foreign foundation find out the truth about the status of women and the kind of crimes that are being committed against them in Uttar Pradesh, Haryana, Bihar, Jammu and Kashmir, and in Mumbai. While girls are being raped, murdered, their bodies suffer in box, will shame even the most horrifying criminal society. It is generally believed that the traditional society of Kashmir about 60 years back was absolutely crime. The dominant majority of population had neither witnessed nor heard of any major crime committed by its members. But today, the same society stands as its opposed extreme. We are all first-hand witness to emergence of minor and major crimes, especially violence against women in Kashmiri society. This has happened in a brief period of 3 to 4 decades in a particular social context, with specific factors contributing to its dynamic and continuity. Broadly speaking, this alarming situation has emerged valley in the background of two distinctive processes of modernization and militancy militarization. The first set of factors are directly related to the process of modernization, particularly urbanization, industrialization, cultural media exposure, migration, education, materialistic orientation, value-free environment, moral degradation, and others. This happens in all the developing societies. Situation of inequality, competition, conflict, and anomy has led to what is characterized as domestic violence against women. Urbanization has created a dual role for women, one in the home and other in the office. In this process of adopting new roles and status, they expose themselves to new problems of domestic violence. While at home, they face problems like competition, conflict, jealousy, discrimination, harassment, dowry demand, post-marital discard, and disharmony, mental and physical torture, dowry deaths, psychological problems, and others. This violence against women is not only of intra-sex nature but intersex. It means that violence was committed against women not only by the men only, but by women too. In many cases, in fact, men have proved as protectors. On the other hand, militancy and militarization has unleashed a wave of violence against societal groups, classes, communities, especially their own. While the misuse, partial use of gun by pro-government and pro-freedom militants led to a series of violent acts against women, the government-sponsored gun in the hands of military and paramilitary forces led to all sorts of excesses against women, including abusing their chest. The former kind of violence has no social and legal and political legitimacy, while the later seems legitimized by draconian laws like Disturbed Areas Act and Armed Forces Spatial Oversight. It has now been established that violence against women, Kashmiri women, especially rape, has been used by security forces as a weapon to impose collective punishment. Moreover, the fact stands with strong evidence that molestation and rape against women in Kashmir was started in an organized way by the force. The rape incidents in Kunan Peshawar, Kupwara, Trahram, and other places in the valley are telling. Gruesome rape and subsequent murder of two women, Asia and Nilofer in Japan, represents the climax wave of violence. A study done by Medicine Sans Frontier reveals that Kashmiri women are among the worst sufferers of sexual violence in the world. It further mentions that since the beginning of the armed struggle in Kashmir in 1989, sexual violence has been routinely perpetuated on Kashmiri women, with 11 to 20% of the respondents saying that they were victims of sexual abuse. Another thing is enforcement disability, which is one of the most harrowing consequences of armed conflict. During the last 18 years of 25 years of conflict, the Association of Parents of Disappeared Persons (APDP), an organization of relatives of people who have disappeared after custody, claimed more than 10,000 people have been subjected to enforced disappearance by the agencies and were mostly picked up by the troops. Of the disappeared persons between 2000 to 2005, a majority were married, although men have been subjected to disappearance largely, but women have been adversely affected because of being related to them as daughters, mothers, sisters, and wives. In the absence of any information about the whereabouts of the disappeared men, their wives have secured the title of widows. These half widows, apart from their other relatives of disappeared persons, are left without any entitlement to land, homes, inheritance, social assistance, and pension. Most of these women also suffer from harassment by groups. With killing, torture, rape, molestation, disappearance, and detention become the order of the day in Kashmir, psychiatric disorders have seen a sharp increase post 1989. In 1989, about 1,700 patients visited Valley's lone psychiatric hospital, and by the year 2020, the number has gone beyond 1 lakh. Before the onset of the armed struggle, certain disorders that were not known start
Mr.
showing.
Imran,
Yes, I am
kindly
started showing significant presence among civilian population. Post-traumatic stress disorder, one of the psychiatric diseases which was completely unrecognized before 19 have been witnessed in a major upsurge. Nearly every person, particularly women, suffer from general anxiety and the uncertainty pertaining to security of their family. It always keeps them in the state of unrest and anxiety. In conclusion, a great deal needs to be done by the government and other political activists to improve the condition of women in Kashmir. As long as Kashmiri women movement does not strengthen and widen its base, and as long as the government feels compelled to protect its agents, the women of Kashmir will never be free from diktat of conservative society and will continue to suffer physical and emotional abuse by various agents. The situation of Kashmiri women will not improve just by intellectual debates on the subject or by a movement until the government becomes more proactive in improving the status of such social activism, and women movement will face innumerable hurdles in achieving equality. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Imran. Now I would like to call upon our next speaker, Dr. Anjum Ara.
A very good evening to all of you. This is Anjum from Kashmir University. So I'll be speaking on gender and violence in Kashmir, understanding the voices from women. So domestic violence against women in Kashmir during the pandemic lockdown of COVID-19 has accelerated and is a matter of concern. It needs to be highlighted, and simultaneously efforts should be made not only on the part of the government, but also NGOs that are there to contain such violence. A detailed study of such a pandemic accelerated gender-based violence seems a must, especially in Kashmir. A study which could possibly map out the role of different factors ranging from age, education, job, and many other factors on the acceleration or maximization of domestic violence in Kashmir amidst this pandemic. After taking all those pros and cons into consideration, the present study sets itself to examine the relationship between COVID-19 and domestic violence in Kashmir. And this study has, we have taken about 42 participants, and a maximum of 21 were selected while going through this paper to reach the desired end and draw the results. See, history changes its course on everyday basis. One cannot confidently write it in linearity, but non-linearity, or what Thomas Kuhn calls a paradigm shift, can come at any point in time in history. This non-linearity can become a normal mode of writing and doing history within no time. It's none other than the COVID-19 crisis, which has brought about a paradigm shift and resurfacing of non-linear history. The pandemic has narratives, or what post-modernists call as a givens of a society. And the final years of the second decade of the 21st century need to be remembered as years of flourishing and happiness. It will be viewed as a year of disease, death, and enslavement in the annals of human history. And all of us, irrespective of gender, religion, caste, race, we share a common agreement on the evolution of the novel deadly disease named coronavirus, coupled with disastrous consequences for the mental and material well-being of humans of the planet. Indeed, one can count its impact within psychological, social, political, economic, as well as other domains of human life. The novel virus painstakingly damaged both domestic and international order in no time and made human life languish across the globe. The pivotal theme which emerged due to enslavement or confining of human bodies within the restricted zones or homes was the domestically instigated violence against women. The reason for the acceleration of which can be manifold, ranging from anxiety over the loss of job or restricted movement of male bodies, then income-related issues, depression, confinement, non-availability of various things not available to people. Violence against women is we say, an act of gender-based violence that results in or is likely to result in physical, sexual, or psychological harm or suffering to women, including threats of such acts like arbitrary deprivation of their liberty, whether occurring in public or private life. We're taking note of this COVID in India. The Prime Minister of India on 24th March 2020, he announced a nationwide lockdown for 21 days to halt the movement of 1.3 billion of the population. And after this news about the national lockdown, impacts became tangible. Within days, the number of domestic violence complaints received by the National Commission for Women was doubled. It's believed that in India, a woman is subject to an act of domestic violence every 4.4 minutes, according to the Crime in India Report 2018 by the Indian National Crime Research Bureau. So women of Jammu and Kashmir are primarily vulnerable and most deadly hit sections of the society due to armed conflict for the last 3 decades. They suffer intense humiliation and harassment along with traumatic experiences causing prolonged depression at times leading to mentally retarded behavior. Such a situation has hit the Kashmiri women hardest in every nook and corner of the region. Thousands of women who have become widows, they are bearing the entire responsibility of the household along with child upbringing in Kashmir. Kashmir is such a region where women are still left with a lot of issues and challenging relating to health, economy, education, politics, domestic violence, declining sex ratio, state violence, dowry harassment, eve-teasing, unequal wages, and so on. It's claimed that the domestic violence against women by their male counterparts and other family members is augmenting across the globe. The victims of which are not only the poor women, but even the educated and the economic elite women of the society as well. Due to conflict, their victimhood or domestic violence against them has significantly strengthened its roots, both qualitatively as well as quantitatively. And it has it's further accelerated by state-imposed lockdown. And to understand this the entire government involved in the domestic violence and to examine the claims of acceleration of domestic violence during the COVID lockdown runs, we say, a modus operandi of the entire study. See, in Kashmir, Kashmir is having a good number of adult women population, which would become, we say, a significant factor in the economic development and socio-political equality in the region. Marriage, it provides a legitimate space for oppression and subjugation of female bodies in Kashmiri family structure. Age is pivotal in making operational many domestic.
Dr. Anju ma'am, I would request you to kindly conclude your speech. Thank you.
Okay. I will, just a minute. So we are going to if we have to minimize domestic violence, so in order to minimize domestic violence, it's better to strengthen the educational background of women. As Marx has said, that economy determines the superstructure of the society, and the result suggests that there is a direct relationship between income structure of the families and domestic violence. So I would say that the lockdown has increased the domestic violence throughout the globe. In India, domestic violence has also taken an upper hand, and Jammu and Kashmir, especially Kashmir, it's clear from the data that the domestic violence against Kashmir has increased manifold since the imposition of the lockdown. People have become jobless, which has directly impacted the psychological makeup and economic structure of the families. The economic structure of family has direct correlation with the domestic violence against women. And the study has found that the reason behind the acceleration of domestic violence is economic receding of families. Women within families have been tortured, abused because of the economic anxieties created by COVID-19 crisis. And besides governmental and non-governmental organizations which can help women to come after the trauma of violence, they are a very few in number in Kashmir. Thank you. Thank you for listening to me patiently.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you to Dr. Anjum Ara Shamim, ma'am. I would call upon our next speaker, Kiran Chauhan, Assistant Professor, Bhopal Nobis University. Kiran Chauhan.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes, you.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much. Myself, Kiran Chauhan, and my topic is gender equality. India has a long way to go. Before starting my paper, I would like to quote one quotation. A gender equal society would be one where the word gender does not exist, where everyone can be themselves. Equality between the sexes is a huge part of a basic human rights. It means that men and women have the same opportunities to fulfill their potential in all spheres of life. There are natural differences between the sexes which are based on biological hormonal, but the difference that the society has made, which is not justified. Today, we still face inequality issues as there is a persistent gap in access to opportunities for both men and women. It is estimated that women perform 2/3 of the world work, yet they only earn 1/10 of the income and own less than 1% of the world property. When we talk about in the Indian context, in India, male domination with the complementary suppression of women has been continuing since prehistoric times. The framer of the Indian Constitution were well conscious of the discrimination and unequal treatment to the women from time immemorial. The principle of gender equality is enshrined in the Indian Constitution in its preamble, fundamental rights, fundamental duties, and directive principles. The Constitution not only grants equality to women, but it also empowers the state to adopt measures of positive discrimination in favor of women. Within the framework of a democracy polity, our laws, development policies, plans, and programs, they have aimed at women advancement in different spheres. India has also ratified various international conventions, human rights instruments committing to secure equal rights of women. There are various acts which have special provisions to safeguard women. That, for example, Maternity Benefit Act, Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act, Sexual Harassment of Women at Workplace, many more. India, which is considered as the world's largest democracy, and it also makes progress toward development goals. But in recent decades, India has made substantial progress to improve child nutrition, education enrollment rates, many more. But yet, gender disparities persist against a backdrop of rapid economic growth. Rates of violence against women are still high. Women participation in government is low. In spite of all these, we still face gender inequality. According to the Human Development Report 2019, Gender Social Norms Index indicate that more than half of the world people have a high intensity bias against gender equality, and women empowerment with India actually seeing a backlash. Years of schooling for males was 8.2%, and for female it was only 4.7%. The report Social Norm Index also look at the link between social belief and gender equality in multiple dimensions. At home, women do more than 3 times as much unpaid care work as men. According to the Gender Inequality Index, 11.7% of parliamentary seats are held by women, and 39% of adult women have reached at least a secondary level of education as compared to 63.5% of their male counterpart. Female participation in the labor market is only 23.6% as compared to 78.6% for men. So the need of the hour is to make a change in the mindset of society. What is required is a concerted effort to sensitize the society in eradicating the issue of gender inequality. There is a need to ensure women participation and leadership in decision-making process. The root cause for the discrimination of women is that most women are ignorant of their rights and the position of equality assured to them under the Indian Constitution and legal system. Enlightened women should fight to bring awakening in other women regarding their rights by bringing awareness about their status in society. At the last, I will end my paper with one quotation. A woman is human. She is not better, wiser, stronger, more intelligent, or more responsible than a man. Likewise, she is never less. Equality is a given. A woman is human. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. We'll go to our next speaker. We have few more people waiting to speak for the day. So I would request the next speakers to take only 3 minutes and not 5 minutes. That's a request from the organizers. Our next speaker is Rohini Dhaiya. Miss Rohini Dhaiya, are you in? Miss Rohini Dhaiya?
Yes, our next speaker is Rohini Dhaiya.
Am I audible and visible, ma'am?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
you are. Kindly
Okay.
finish.
So hello, everyone.
Kindly
I'll
finish your
try to. I'll try to. Yeah, sure, I will try to. Well, hello, everyone. I'm Rohini, and I'm reading for Masters in Political Science from Baba Saheb Ambedkar University, Lucknow. And my paper is titled Life of Women Under Siege, Outlook on Gender Security and Conflict of Kashmir. Well, still the panelists, since the panelists who have spoken earlier, they have discussed in great detail about gender violence in Kashmir. My paper rather discusses the conceptual analysis of gender security with respect to the conflict of Kashmir. So my paper begins with discussing the very idea of gender security in international relations, and then goes on to discuss about women in conflict of Kashmir. Well, as we know that over more than 3 decades, women's scholarship, including political scientists and sociologists, they have made significant efforts in expanding theory and redefining male-centric view on security. This redefinition asserts that gender is an important factor at play and can uncover uncomfortable truths about the legitimization of war. Feminists, they espouse a gender-sensitive approach for understanding how international political discourse is constructed on dichotomies and how their destruction could lead to the benefits for the human race. Tickner points out that mainstream scholars, they refute this view on the pretext that military power remains central element of international politics and the traditional agenda of security studies is therefore expanding rather than shrinking. Hence, wars are fought in the name of protecting women and children as they are socially and economically vulnerable. So when women and children, they are 90% of the casualties in modern war and 75% of the refugees. This myth of protection, as feminists point out, give conflict and the subsequent structural violence unleashed on them a veneer of legitimacy. So the long-term conflict of Kashmir reveals a perilous side of the gendered approach to global politics. Over more than 70 years, Kashmir has been the epicenter of wars and is one of the most disputed regions in the world. All the efforts to assuage the conflict had been a dead end. In between this, the relentless strife remains is the voice of Kashmiris. In between this relentless strife, the voice of Kashmiris is at stake. And however, the conflict of Kashmir, it sort of pictures a different gendered approach to politics. As Mushtaq ul Haq Sikandar, a writer activist based in Srinagar, points out that women has always been a part of conflict of Kashmir, even prior to the accession to the Indian nation state. Ever since early 20th century, women has actively joined conflicts and protests. During the 1930 conflict, women like Jana Dead had become a popular name. During the Quit Kashmir movement, names like Zoni Gurjar, Begum Akbar Jahan, Fatima Begum, and Mahmouda Ali Shah aroused as leaders. Even during the early 1990s, women were at the forefront of the conflict. However, the armed insurgencies changed the course of women's life in Kashmir. It made them more vulnerable to the conflict, especially due to the disappearances of their sons, brothers, fathers, or spouses. Also due to the increased control of the militant groups over their lives. As Mushtaq Sikandar highlights that the practice of burqa was never widespread among Kashmiri Muslims, and that the vast majority of common peasant laboring class women never used it. In early 1950s, women from the upper caste communities also started to discard their veils and work in the field of education. Shamla Mufti, Zainab Begum were some of the women who fought for education of women. However, the inception of the armed insurgency saw militant organizations ordering women to adopt wearing burqas and even inflicted violence upon them if they denounced it. The upsurge in militancy was followed by economic repercussions, accompanied by increased unemployment and poverty, which had a significant impact on women's lives as they were forced to get involved in the flesh trade, as there were cases of marrying women and selling them off. Disappearances, which is specific to the state of conflict, to the state of Kashmir, it imposed new roles on women as they joined in resisting illegal detentions and atrocities committed by the state and the army. Illiterate women whose fathers, brothers, sons, and spouses were in jail, women now began to follow their legal suits and started gaining knowledge about the draconian law of the state. Mothers of the disappeared men got together under the leadership of Parveena Ahangar, whose son is missing since 1990s. They formed Association of Parents of Disappeared Persons in 1994, and on 10th of every month, they staged peaceful protests in Srinagar. Subsequently, women also started to become active in the peace and reconciliation efforts. Despite these efforts to regain consciousness, contribution of women has never been acknowledged. Their voices are ignored, and their political participation and representation in the decision-making process, it remains minimal. Even as the members of the resistant groups, they are not represented, and they have no collective voice in the decision-making. They're also the victims of the gross violations on the part of the state. The disappearances of men leave women labeled as half-widows, bearing the social and economic brunt of their loss. The concept of widow marriage, though permitted by Islam, is rarely practiced in Kashmir. Hence, they cannot remarry and are denied their share in inheritance, leaving them at the sufferance of the state, and a state that often appropriate the conflict for their personal and political gains. Also, the long-lasting siege in the valley has deprived children, especially girls, of the education. It has also developed mental health issues in most of the women dealing with pain of the loss of their loved ones, and then facing the brunt of it all alone. As Dr. Parvez Imroz, who is a human rights defender and the founder of the Jammu and Kashmir Coalition of Civil Society, points out, that what has changed in the entire discourse on gender security in Kashmir after the abrogation of Article 370 is that women who earlier suffered from mental health issues due to the militarization has now developed a fear psychosis towards the state. They are in continuous state of uncertainty for their lives and for their loved ones' lives. And the upsurge in the anti-state sentiments they fear could cost them another generation of their family members. And still, there would be no solution to the war that they have been made perpetual victims of. So using this gendered lens to look at the conflict of Kashmir, we can go a long way questioning the myth of protection, where consciousness of women are controlled, conceiving them to believe that they are in need of protection and not acknowledging their role in the conflict. And the state legitimizing militarization in the name of protecting them, when the actual idea of providing security to women languishes both in policies and in actions instead of their vulnerabilities. And, yes, it was just a line. It is last line. Yes, yes, it is just the last line. Yeah. So where the actual idea of providing security to women, it languishes behind, both in terms of policies and in actions. Instead, their vulnerabilities are appropriated for political gains. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on, our next speaker are two research scholars, Imran Ahmed Khan and Anayat Ul Al Moglu from University of Kashmir. I would request the next speakers to please unmute themselves, turn on their video, and share the slides, if any. Imran Ahmed Khan and Anayat Moglu. Kindly unmute yourself. Imran Ahmed Khan.
Ma'am, I asked both of them to unmute themselves, but they didn't.
I think Anayatullah Muglo is already unmuted.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Now he is unmuted.
Anayat, your slides are visible. You can go ahead and kindly finish it in 5 minutes.
Imran and Anayatullah Muglu, please say something. You both are not audible. I think they are having some network issue. I'm really feeling bad for one thing, that we are having really awesome papers in this panel. All are very, very thought provocative with many data, many ground facts, but we have very less audience here. We have planned to broadcast all these panels in separate as separate panel discussion in YouTube. So I think later on, don't feel bad that audience is very less than the other panels. When it will be in YouTube, so anybody can go and see how much hard work is in your paper and in your presentation.
Anayat.
I think, ma'am, both of them are having problem in connectivity.
Shall we
So
move
I think we should conclude here and go for ending today's session.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Nandini ma'am. I would like to thank all the panelists and the co-chair for a wonderful session, what we had to end for the today's day. I would like to thank Indian Institute of Human Security and Governance for organizing such a wonderful conference. The first day was really good. I'm looking forward to the second day of the conference. And I'm especially like to thank Dr. Nandini Bashisht ma'am for bringing together a plethora of speakers for the conference. And last not but the least, a lot has changed. A lot has changed, but a lot needs to be done in future also. With this note, I would like to say a good night, a very good night to all of you. Let's meet tomorrow. And thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am.